actually, yeah. Nice. See the level.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, then all the Macs will come in.
Okay, so I'll just be on here with you as well. If you've got any questions or anything that you want support with, then I'll be here.
I'll be for 10 minutes.
Yeah, also.
Literally, it's all up here, isn't it? So I mean, that's, isn't it?
Are you going first?
No, I'm not going first.
Very late. I didn't know.
I'm not down for first.
I don't know who it is.
No, I
We
think
got
it's
the
in that order.
schedule.
I said to him, please don't put me first, because I wasn't really involved in the tribunal. I guess he was, but he's gone to Grenada.
The thing is, you just tell, I'm just telling Mikey's story. What happened to Mikey? Listen, you just say, this is Roger's. I remember the meeting, so is your aunt then?
Yeah, I'll just shoot. You're going to stop.
I met them, they came and sort of voted. That's when what happened with Mikey.
No, you can do that.
It's an ache because it just kind of brings everything back up.
Yes, it does.
It's just the ache. Do you understand?
No, absolutely.
It's an ache.
Absolutely.
Ken, you finally shaved off the hair. The little bit you had. You and Chris are two twins now.
So I'm going to do welcome.
Yeah, so one, 2003 Birmingham. Ran over, battered, CS gassed. Half a dozen officers sat on him, picked him up, put him in the back of the car. And they reckon he died at the hospital. We saw footage where they had to carry him out the gun. Actually, I need my phone. Where's my phone?
What's going on?
Yes.
Not now.
I just take it on straight.
Yeah, you've got to. Hiya.
Sexy. Where's our Janet sitting?
Your what?
Where's our Janet sitting?
There's two. We've got one more seat over there because you got Sam's seat and you're on the.
Another right.
So you need.
chair.
So just Cora's names is on there. And you and Sam are on each side of the table.
Okay. You're head of the table.
Cora's in the middle.
Who's
Can you just move your seats up?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
You in?
Lovely.
Yes.
You in?
I'm in. Oh.
here. When did you come down to London? You London based, no?
No, me? No.
No, you came.
Oh, I live. Yeah, I live in Hertfordshire, so I'm pretty much.
Oh, you're not far.
No, I'm pretty much London based.
Yeah.
Yeah, all my family are Birmingham. All my family. All my family. All my family in Birmingham. But we just had lots of. It's been a crazy year because we had lots of loss this last couple of years.
Yeah.
Because we lost Benji.
Yes.
Benji. And then Velda, his twin, 2 months later. So Tip has been.
Where is Tipper?
He's just had so much with Benjamin's.
Not coming.
I don't know what's coming down. Ken, he's not coming, is he? Tipper.
Who?
Tipper.
It's coming, yeah.
Oh, he is today.
Late, yeah.
Oh, late. Okay. Because I messaged him. Should be not sure what time.
Guys,
And so we just had lots with family, just as a family. It's just been.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All that goes on in between everything, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't stop. Well, yeah, but you're forefront. I just step back and I go, we needed to call me. We needed to call me. But you know what? Blessing with
I know,
Tip
but
up.
you were here at the right time.
That's right. Yeah. But no. I mean, as I say, for us, like just blessing that we have Tipper just to keep on the forefront for the family because Mum's 92. My mum's 92 this year. Mum's 92, and she's where else is 92? Yeah.
Yeah, Roger's my auntie, she was 90.
90 because
We had a party for her, and she's
Mum's legs are gone now. So she's feeling frail and lost her independence bits of her legs. Yeah, my Toro's coming down and she goes, okay, but what's going to happen? You know what it's like, but what's going to happen?
Mum's going to happen is going to happen. Well, we will.
I just wait till the end.
Yeah, that's it.
It's the end. It's just eventually there'll be.
We are going to make it something.
We're going to make it. That's the thing. It's like we're going to make it something, and we will see that something, isn't it?
I mean, it's just the opportunity to get everybody together.
Yes. No, this is what I said. I said, Ken, do you know what? Just give me dates, give me times. Dates, give me times, and I'll be there. Just give me dates, give me times.
Yeah.
What do you need me to do? I need to talk for 10 minutes. Okay. I can talk for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I can tell you still for 10 minutes. Again. You've been how many hundreds of thousands of times have you told this story? How many hundreds of thousands of times? I don't know. But how are the community up north with it all? It's
Well,
just
we don't have a large black community.
no, this is it.
And
No, and that was always a thing I always remembered you saying.
We don't
They came
have
to Birmingham.
large black community. I don't know why we don't kind of. I do in a way because if you feel like you're the target or something, it's easy to kind of.
You keep your head
want
under.
to keep your head down low.
You keep your head down.
Yeah, if I keep your head down low, they won't get into know.
Yeah, and it might not, and hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the wind blowing in the right
I went to
direction,
speak
you
to
might.
Chesterfield. There was some young lads in there when I was speaking, just walked out.
Really?
Just walked out, young black lads.
Why? But what made them walk out? What was it?
They didn't want to, I suppose they didn't want to hear it.
Accept it. When you hear it.
Yeah.
See, this is.
They don't want to do it. It's.
Yeah, but it's happening. Why would young black players? They're the ones that need to
I
be.
know.
This is what I'm saying. You said they
People can't deal with it, don't they?
I walked up, but I weren't kind of, I didn't feel no ill about it, because I just thought to myself, well, you don't really want to hear that kind of shit at age, you don't.
It's worse
When
now.
I was 18, would I want to hear that? No, I wouldn't, to be honest. I'd have gone, wait a minute, I don't want to be hearing this, what the hell? Nah, they must have done something wrong. That's, you know what I mean, that's
And it's sad because it's something because the young black ones now, they're just running wild and just don't get it that they're in danger.
Yeah, the world has changed.
But they don't recognise that they're in danger though. Do you know what I mean? Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's why I was shocked when they said they don't want to hear it because they're in danger. Because if all it is oh well, it's a gang rape, it's okay.
Which was less, which was, we still have it as an issue.
Did you sleep well?
Yeah,
But they must have done something wrong.
that's right. Yeah.
But now it's almost like community just feel well. Yeah. There we go. So that's right.
Hi, Carl. Oh, you're out of
I know, just put them in
Hello.
walking eye.
Just sit down.
That's I just think, that's what I'm saying, they must have done something, whereas now it's not a case of they must have done something. They do things wrong.
Which gang was, which gang and how long would the knife go was carrying?
Yeah, isn't it? Which means it's even easier for them to cope.
Yeah, yeah.
The live stream.
Because we're even, it's even more difficult, and that's become a serious thing.
There's one over there.
Where did you get your coffee?
Oh, somebody gave it to me.
It's across back. You know at the end. You know the entrance.
Yeah.
You know the entrance you came in. Yeah. If you turned right, there's a coffee shop just there, right down the stairs. Okay, so it's back at the end. No, it's a proper.
It's a
you
shop.
can have breakfast and croissants and coffee.
Not now, probably not now. But oh yeah, someone just bought me a cup in the room. Hi.
Joy
I'm-
from New York. Nice to meet
Oh
you.
hi, I'm Shirley Sylvester.
Nice to meet you. Just want to say hello.
Hi,
Hi.
sweetheart.
You are. Hi. Hi, where are you from?
From France.
Lovely accent. Actually, I'm glad I heard that. I need to turn my phone off.
Hi, I'm sweetheart.
George,
Nice to meet you.
can you hear me? Yeah. Is the live stream running? Is the live stream on?
Hi, Shirley Sylvester.
They barely got the piercing out to do.
This is my call. This is down the road. Without it, you know what I mean? 10 years to restart. 10 years to put this together. 10 years. Sorry? 1998.
Hi.
From Brazil, Emerson.
Okay, Shirley. Yes.
Hi, I'm sweetheart. Nice to meet you.
All right. And I tried because I have no name. Okay, all right. Oh, how do you do? Nice to meet you. Yeah. Are you
Chris Tipper. Let me go and get a pen.
All those names.
No, what pen and paper to put on. Must squeeze your pen and paper. Because I will talk without, let me squeeze your pen for a minute.
I just sort of jotted something down last night because I. because sometimes you remember it, but you can end up going quite, you know, you could talk about it for ages.
Just near the cameraman.
All right, all right. I've had a chest infection, so I'm a bit, yeah.
Why
I
must
read
you
your book. Remember I came to your launch in Stratton, yeah.
What did you think?
My darling.
Oh, I had to keep closing it. I had to keep closing it.
Close to home.
Yeah, I had to keep closing it. I just, yeah, it's a bit, it was good, no, don't get me wrong.
No.
It was raw and to the point, and the detail took me right back. And the hypocrisy.
Yeah, go on, love.
And you know, the Mirandering and I mean, what struck me was, you know, your battle with the CPS in particular, because that was there was a lot of detail, and then all of the other family issues that you have to deal with because it's all going on, and not everybody's on the same page, and that can really distract, because we didn't have that in quite the same way. I just thought that you were just so brave the way everything
I was
was
scared.
carried.
I was very scared.
I was scared for you when I was reading it.
Oh, you're joking, yeah.
So what's going to
No,
happen
no,
is
no,
that
no, no, no. When you were reading it, I was thinking,
I'm going to call.
put yourself on fire. I'm going to put over a page and someone. Oh, you did it. You're going to be, you know.
Okay, so I'll introduce the panel.
I mean, I didn't know whether I was going to be, do you know what I mean? But I had to be brutally honest about it because it does put families in fear of what's going on. You know what I mean? And I thought, I don't want to build myself up to something that I want to tell people the raw truth of how I'm feeling. And I was hoping that parts in the book would pick other cases and say, themselves, well, that's what they're going to do. Or that's, you know.
Yes.
And I thought it was really important to kind of point out, you know, what the CPS have done, what's been done, and the investigators. So that people knew what, you know.
And I was
Okay, if I can ask everyone to take their seats, please. We're just about to start. Thanks for bearing with us.
If that was me, I just kind of think,
I think it's made me as I am, basically.
yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and welcome to the People's Tribunal on Police Killings. A little bit of housekeeping to begin with. If you haven't got a schedule for the day, please speak to one of us that have got one of these T-shirts on or at reception, and we'll be able to provide you with a schedule. Please also turn off your mobile phones so that we can carry on. The fire exits are behind you there, and people wearing these T-shirts are all around to help you if you need to know where the toilets are, if you need a drink or anything like that. So, thank you all for being here. First, I'd like to introduce our panel. I'd like to thank our panel for agreeing to be part of the People's Tribunal as well. Can I start with you, please, Joy? Would you like to introduce yourself?
That was on me, sorry. Good morning. It's great to see everyone here, and I know so much organizing has gone forward for the last 2 years. I'm based in New York City. I'm a professor, and I organize with activists who are concerned about violations of civil and human rights, increasingly emanating from the current administration.
Good morning. I want to thank the family for being here and for all the organizing and all your struggle. My name is Esther Mamadou. I am a lawyer in migration and refugee law, and I work on law enforcement violence at borders and in anti-Black racism against Africans in the context of law enforcement. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mireille Fanon Mendes France. I'm from France, Martinique, and I'm a legal consultant in international law. And I follow different people's tribunal. One of was in the concerning police violence in US, and others. There is quite many. But thank you. I would like to welcome the family who takes the time to come and to testify. I know it's not so easy, but it's really important if we want to change this world. Thank you. And of course, thank you to the organizer.
Hi, my name is Emerson Caetano. I'm from Brazil, especially from Rio de Janeiro. It's a very dangerous city for Black people. And since I was about a teenager, I've been overseeing police brutality in my neighborhood. And nowadays I am an academic on international relations and international law. And for me, it's a pleasure to be with you here. And I also would like to greet, especially the families and the People's Tribunals for having me. And yeah, I hope we have a powerful moment here. And yes, thank you so much for having me.
Hello, my name is Tony Doherty. I'm the chairperson of an organisation based in Derry in the north of Ireland called the Bloody Sunday Trust. It was set up to assist the families in their campaign to seek justice from the British government as a result of what happened on Bloody Sunday in 1972 when British paratroopers murdered 14 people at a civil rights march and then lied about it afterwards. And our family campaign has been about clearing the names of those who were murdered on the day to re-establish the truth and also to remember their sacrifice and the sacrifices of ours in the conflict in the north. So the organisation is about solidarity, knowledge, education and remembrance. And I'm very, very pleased to be here among yourselves as bereaved families. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mona El-Farra, and I am based in Gaza, Palestine, but now I'm genocide survivor. I'm very honored to be amongst you all today, honored to be part of the important work that the tribunal, People Tribunal are doing for achieving justice of the victims. Very honored to meet you all. I'm a medical doctor, but at the moment I am the project director of Middle East Children's Alliance, and we run important projects in Gaza, Lebanon, and the West Bank that based for Palestinian people justice. And I work closely with the children of Gaza and their families I have been a long-time activist for health, women and children's rights. I work closely with the traumatized children and the families, and we find different ways to help them healing through what they are going on through, not only 7th of October, long time before that. Thank you again for People's Tribunal, and I am very, very honored to be part of the process and the path of you towards justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our panel. We are honoured, we are grateful that you are here, and it will be a powerful movement. I'd like to now move on to our expert witnesses as well. Would you kindly like to stand up individually and give a brief 5-minute, not 5 minutes, but give a brief introduction to yourselves, please? Can I start with you, please, Gus?
My name is Gus John. Gus, you can come up on the stage. Yeah, on here. Yeah.
We can hear him.
Please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gus John. I am an activist. Some people call me a scholar. I've been involved in issues to do with police killings since the West Yorkshire Police murdered David Olowale in 1969. And I worked with a community in Leeds, based in Manchester I was, on ensuring that those who committed that murder were brought to justice. Since then, I've been involved in issues around policing, and particularly the police abuse of their powers and the state's conferment of more and more powers on the police, even though they had very few mechanisms for holding them accountable. More recently, 2017, I have been supporting Carla Cumberbatch in Coventry following the murder of her brother Darren by Warwickshire police in Nuneaton in that year. Much more to unpack about all of this, but just to welcome this event. I'm particularly pleased that the Friends and Families group, and indeed the families themselves, with Ken and others involved, have internationalized this struggle. And I therefore want to welcome you as a panel from your various positions and countries, because I believe that we need to take an internationalist perspective on this, particularly in relation to race, class, and policing.
Thank you very much, Gus John. Can I now introduce Asim Qureshi?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Luke Daniels. Sorry. I consider myself a political activist, a social activist, and because I worked with violent men at the Everyman Centre, which used to be the largest centre in the UK working with violent men. I think violence, men who hurt people have actually been hurt themselves, and usually I have to work with them with the early memories of the traumas that they went through. I believe no one will hurt somebody unless they were hurt themselves first. I've worked with men who've killed, I've worked with men who've committed really terrible acts of violence, and I know that they can be helped. I'm also the president of Caribbean Labour Solidarity, and one of our campaigns is fighting for reparations for enslavement. And we know that a lot of the violence that black men face in this country from the police is as a result of racism, as a result of the enslavement of Africans and the lies that were told about Africans that has affected the whole country. And we see all the different reports into police acts of violence. They've been criticized for being homophobic, sexist, and racist. We know that runs throughout the police force. We know also that it affects, the whole country is affected by it. It's why we argue for an apology from this government for the enslavement of Africans, and is why we demand reparations for the criminal acts that have committed against Africans. I write about ending violence against women as well, and seeing it as men's work, encouraging men to take responsibility for ending violence. I'm really pleased to be part of this tribunal, and I would like to extend greetings to the panel and to the supporters and family in this room, especially supporters, because I think that we can't do our work without support. As President of Caribbean Labour Solidarity, I'm always appreciating the people who attend our meetings and take forward the work that we're doing in terms of campaigning for change. And I thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Bismillah. I can see why they confused us, Luke. It's because we had the same haircut. So the NGO Cage International. For the last 22 years, I've been representing individuals who are held in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, who have been picked up as part of the US rendition, detention, interrogation program. So people have been tortured around the world, and really trying to hold governments across the world to account for their complicity in this international program of detention and torture. Some of my other work includes representing individuals, particularly in the US, who are facing the death penalty. So I help legal teams produce multi-generational social histories of violence, domestic violence, sexual violence, trauma, in understanding how individuals go onto a path of violence themselves. What we see really actually is the role of state violence in all of this. There's one thing that connects all of these moments together is the role that the state constantly plays. Whether you're looking at what's happening domestically in the US, here in the UK, those who are being held in places like Guantanamo Bay, those who are accused of very serious crimes, what is always present in the room is the state and the actions of the state. And until we have mechanisms to really hold the state to account, we will never really be able to build a just future. And so a lot of my academic work, a lot of books that I've written and papers that I've written really focus on this element in particular, which is to hold the state to account. So I really applaud this effort. And having worked with survivors of torture, of extrajudicial killings, I really applaud the families for being in this room today. I know how unbearably difficult it is to bear witness to your pain and to your suffering. And I want to acknowledge you and to the panels as well, and to the organizers for organizing this and coming together and showing this solidarity. So thank you, and I look forward to spending some time with you all.
I'd also like to introduce Paul Connor. Paul, would you like to come up and just say an introduction in a few words, please? Thank you.
Thank you. My name's Paul O'Connor, and like Tony, I'm also from Derry. So you get two of us for one today. I'm working at the Pat Finucane Centre for Human Rights and Truth Recovery. Pat Finucane was a lawyer who was murdered in 1989. It's since been accepted by David Cameron that there was involvement of state forces in his murder by loyalist paramilitaries. and recently a public inquiry was announced, which the family have been campaigning for many years. So we're based in 3 offices in Derry, Armagh and Belfast, and we have a caseworker in Dublin, and we support some 230, 240 families who've all been bereaved due to the conflict. The majority of families that we support have been victims of loyalist violence, right-wing loyalist violence with various elements of collusive behaviour with members of the security forces in those murders. That's been proven. It's no longer up for debate. We also support a large number of families who've suffered through British Army and police violence, who've been killed. In the entire conflict, only 4 soldiers have ever been convicted of murder in the jurisdiction, even though hundreds of people, civilians, were killed. All 4 received life sentences. All 4 then received the Queen's pardon and were readmitted. No police officer has ever been found guilty of murder while on duty, although a number have been found guilty of murders committed when they were acting within loyalist paramilitary groups. So at the moment we are active with families and advocating on their behalf in inquests, in police reinvestigations, with the police ombudsman, which is the body that investigates the police, with An Garda Síochána in the Republic, with the coroner's service, with public inquiries, but also on issues of truth recovery. And we have various mechanisms. We have a large collection of shoes from families, some 250 pairs of shoes that we brought over to London. We also have various exhibits that we use publicly in different fora. The last thing that we've done, and we might touch on it more this weekend, is last year, 2 years ago, we approached the Norwegian Centre for Human Rights, who brought together, at our request and the request of another human rights group, a group of activists and academics from around the world, from Latin America, the Middle East, North America, Norway, and elsewhere, including former police officers. And they did a 200-page report for us on impunity, state impunity in the Northern Irish conflict, focusing on the areas of collusion, torture, and state killings. I couldn't bring that entire report for everybody that's here, but I've brought QR copies so that you can all download it. It's an incredibly important document, and I think it's for us a blueprint of how we tell people what the legacy of our conflict was. Thank you.
And then finally, our expert witness, Mr. Rog Charles.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here, like your good selves. It's been a long time coming. How have I found myself to be here? In July 2017, my grandnephew, Rashan Charles, lost his life in Hackney. He was detained for a stop and search. I saw the recorded footage on social media, on YouTube, and it was invaluable. Because when I looked closely, I was very concerned, deeply concerned, about the actions of the officer concerned. I was retired at the time, but I conducted my own investigation, and my concerns worsened. I, to this day, am in no doubt that the primary cause of his death is the actions of the police officer. What the police did are a primary cause of his death, and if it's not, then it's a significant contributory factor. I'm confident in my findings because I had been a police officer. I worked with the Met Police for a little while, 30 years in all, from 1984 to 2014. As a result of that, I have significant theoretical knowledge and practical experience in the police use of force. During those 3 unbroken decades, I gained a lot of knowledge about the key themes of this tribunal. That said, life is about learning. It's constantly learning, and I'm looking forward to the wealth of knowledge that I will gain from, not just from the experts, but from everybody who participates in this people's tribunal. What am I doing here? I am examining facts of cases which have not been thoroughly investigated. This is not finding new evidence. I'm focusing our minds on cases where evidence and facts has been marginalized, discarded, fabricated, or choreographed by various organizations. They do this to ensure that damaging evidence isn't disclosed, isn't tested, and is not intensely scrutinized. Whether we're talking about the current Independent Police Complaints, Office of Police Complaints, or their predecessor, the Independent Police Complaints Commission, or even going further back, the Police Complaints Authority, their investigations are not independent, and they are further removed from being open and transparent. My investigations of a number of cases are thorough, and I do my best to ensure that I place significant emphasis on being objective. I will have to limit some of the information I give, firstly because we've only got a few minutes over 2 days, and I can't condense 3 to 4 years of research and investigation into that short span of time. But even more importantly, going forward, there will be legal challenges, and they're going to be hotly and strenuously contested. And I need to make sure that I retain enough material to make sure that the families win this time around. I can't emphasize it enough. Where people are killed in wholly avoidable circumstances, and where unlawful use of force is the primary cause of death or a significant contributing factor, I'm determined to ensure that the evidence is properly tested and those responsible for the killing are held to account. My time is almost up, but I like quotes, and one I'll give you, it goes, "It always seems impossible until it's done." I like it because it keeps me going over a number of years. I also like it because it's attributed to the great Nelson Mandela. Whether or not he actually uttered those words, I have no idea. But everybody in this room knows that he proved it's true. It's only impossible until it's actually done. I'm looking forward to a lot of learning, a lot of discussions and findings over the next couple of days.
Thank you all very much. My name's Samantha Patterson, and my brother was killed by the police in 2007 in Notting Hill Police Station. We're no longer using the term death in custody. He didn't die in police custody. He was killed by the police. And if we say that he died or any of our loved ones died in police custody, we're going with the narrative that the state uses. The word custody on its own implies that they were looked after. My brother, your family members were not looked after. They were killed. So to the expert witnesses, we are grateful that you are here to give your knowledge. We will learn a lot from the discussions that we're going to have. I've been working on this tribunal with all the family members, with our instigators, with Ken, and with Janet Older, who's down here as well. Janet, would you like to introduce yourself very quickly? Do you want to come up?
Hello everybody, and thanks for coming today to listen to this really important tribunal of the people who's had loved ones murdered by the police. Many have been fighting a lot longer than me, some 40 years or more, and there's never ever been any justice for any of the families. I'm into my 27th year, and I'm glad to stand here with all the families, and they're going to give you their version of events of what's happened. Not the state's narrative, but the truth of what's happened to their loved ones and how they've been denied. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
1, 2. Is that better? Okay. So we're going to borrow your mic, I'm afraid. You have to share 2 mics, and then we'll have this here, and it'll be clearer. Ça va?
Would you like to introduce yourself now?
Yeah. Okay. But you can hear me now. Yeah, we have to face them and you, so they'll have to be going like this. Can you guys hear us? Okay, you heard what they were saying. You kind of got what other people are saying. All right, so we can deal with this. So as Sam said, myself, Rod, Janet, and other families have been meeting for about a year and a half, probably longer. This started a long time ago, started hundreds of years ago. We're covering about 50 to 60 years in what we're doing here. We have Pamela Sims, Lilith Pamela Sims, the daughter of Sita Sims, who was killed in 1991. And we have families from just a few years ago. And all those families are here because they are still fighting and because they have hope. And what we want to take out of this room is hope and struggle and resistance. All of you in the room, I know Sam told you to switch off your phones. I'm going to go against her once again and say, put your phones on, but switch them on silent. But please, speak to the world about what's happening here today. Let people know, in whichever country you're from, wherever you're from, what's going on. Live stream it if you want to. Tell them what you've heard and spread the word. Take photos, take films, and let people know what's going on. Because the voices of the family, and the reason the panel are here, is to listen, but also to take that voice and to amplify it, to amplify those voices. And so that's what we're trying to do. So you should all have been given a QR code, which has got the document. As people have mentioned, we've been working on this document for a couple of years now. The panel have seen it. The panel has also seen the cases, and each case has been investigated. That document will be built up and up and up, and will be used to take different legal actions against the state, and we'll go into that later. This document is important. It's a shared document, so if you have any comments on it, please email us, and we'll include you, because many people in the room have an experience of struggle and of fighting, and obviously we want to take that on as well. So what's going to happen during the day? You have the schedule. I won't go through it. Clearly, there's going to be interactions between the panel and the families in different themes. We've used these 5 themes of terror, torture, collusion, resistance, black resistance, and what's the other one? I can't remember. State cover-up, yeah. State cover-up. Those are the 5 themes we've taken, and they are the 5 themes we're also going to fight actions on as the tribunal goes forward. Because as you all know, people are very comfortable speaking about deaths in custody in this country. We absolutely reject that language. I know a lot of people still use the language, and we have to change ourselves. Our minds, many people's minds have been colonized, really, in using the language of the state and using the systems of the state, and we're completely against that. So these are the messages we need to get to people. When people say, oh, did you hear about that death in custody? You have to stop them there and then and ask them to explain what it means and why they're not speaking the truth. These are murders, manslaughter, police killings. So what else did I have to say? I think it's been quite a long struggle to get here. We're pleased that people are here. We're going to run this for 2 days. We'll talk later about the actions that are going to be taken. I think it's important that the panel are given enough time to ask the families questions, and then also you'll have an opportunity to hear from the expert witnesses at the end of each session, and also the use of force expert, and that's the structure of the day. I'm going to actually do something unusual, which is ask for questions from the audience first right now, not about the cases, but any ideas you have or any questions, because this is a people's tribunal. The people are not just on the stage, the people is everybody. So if anyone has any questions, please ask. Good, that's the first time I wanted no questions. Okay, so we have some families on the stage already. We're going to kind of miss the break because we're running a bit behind time. I hope you don't mind. We'll have a longer lunch break or something. And I think I'm going to ask the first panel of families to introduce themselves. I'll give them this mic so you can hear them properly. Before we do so, a little bit of history, which is in the document that you've had. I'd like to introduce a lady who's sitting just down there. Myrna, could you stand up? I'd like to introduce you to Myrna Simpson, the mother of Joy Gardner. And also Rochelle is here with Asia Ray, who's the niece of Joy Gardner. And I'd also like to call on Minka Odofo to stand up, please. And the reason I've called those people out is because after Joy was murdered in 1993, and following the murder of Brian Douglas, Myrna and Minka, myself and Brenda Weinberg, the sister of Brian Douglas, got together to look around at what was happening. And all these killings were happening all the time. But the families were working on individual campaigns. There was no unity. And we decided to form the United Families and Friends campaign, which became a very radical and politically driven organization at that time, which really took on the state and really confronted the state on all the cases that were happening at the time. And since then, we've had more than 30 years of deaths and killings, and the killings go on and on and on. We've had lots of inquiries by Lord this and Lady that. They get nowhere. Nothing happens. We have public inquiries, we have investigations, and very little happens for all the families. You may have one or two individual families that benefit from involvement in that process. But the People's Tribunal is about all 3,000 cases of people that have been killed by the police. It's about all the families getting justice, and so that's why we're moving forward in that way. And I think it's important that people recognize a bit of that history to see where we are today, about where we can go. There are many organizations, and I recognize some people in the room who have been doing really good work at a grassroots level with communities. That all needs to continue, but we need to escalate our attack on the state because they've become very comfortable and they're easily and they use divide and divide policies against us. So we're not going down that road anymore. We're here today in the next 2 days to say, okay, there's going to be a change, and the change has to come from us. And so that's all I've got to say about the origins and where we hope to be going. We'll discuss as we go along. I only mentioned UFSC, and the creation of UFSC happened while we were making a film called Injustice, which some of you may have heard of. Injustice is still banned in this country. When we made that film, I won't go into that, but we actually made a little film at the time which we've never shown before. So we're just going to have a look at that very short film first, and then I'll introduce the families.
smell of burning flesh. It is a fruit for crows to pluck, for the rains to gather, for the wind to suck, for the sun to rot, for a tree to drop. It is a straight, bit crow.
Southern tree, bear a strange fruit, blood on the leaves, blood on the roots, black body swinging in a southern breeze, strange fruit hanging from the poplar tree. Ecstasy, not a gathered sound. Those bulging eyes and that twisted mouth. Santa Maria, sweet and fresh, and the sudden smell of burning flesh. Here's a fruit for the crows to love, for the rains to gather, for the winds to soar, for the sun to rise, for the tree to drop.
Okay, we're now going to go into the first session on torture, and I'm going to ask the families to come up here one at a time and to address the panel. And I think we're going to start with Sita, the sister of Mikey Powell.
It's okay. It's okay? Can you hear me? I have a strong voice. I don't really need a mic. People tell me so. Here goes. Whilst I was sitting at the seat, I just realised it would have been Mikey's 60th birthday, just March gone. And wondered what we'd be doing and how we'd be doing it and how the family would be together. And then we forget we're talking about families and we're just talking about loved ones. And every year we go through the pain, the discussions, the conversations. And it's family and it's just loved ones and it's tough. And every death is tough, no matter who, how, what, and when. And it continues. For me and my family, that story started September 7th, 2003. Mikey was 38, my big brother, only by 6 years, but you'd think he was a father. You think he was my dad, and that was Mikey's character, is that he was a bit of a father figure. He has three amazing sons, and he was all about family. Mikey had an episode that night where he broke the glass table in my mum's house. He was staying with my mum and my sister at the time. He smashed the window. He climbed through the window. My mum, who was around 70 at the time, thought, my goodness, I have to call for help. And that word help is what my mother expected. I'm going to call the police for help to help my son. What is he doing? What's going on? Is he having some kind of mental episode? So she did that. Mikey climbed through the window. He smashed his own car. So clearly something wasn't right. And the first contact with the police was not actually not face-to-face. It was the fact that the police came at him with their car. Mikey was hit by the police car. The first thing that happened. So no sense of helping, but to drive at him right outside my mother's door for her to witness. The police then went on to come out the car, approach Mikey with batons, and they beat him with the batons. They went on to CS gas him after they'd remember, he's been hit by the car. He's then been beaten with batons. He's then CS gassed. A police van arrives. Everyone's on the street that's witnessing it is saying, what's going on? Call an ambulance, call an ambulance. He's been hit by a police car. He's been CS gassed. He's been beaten. A police van arrived. Several officers came out, 5, 6. Officers decided to pin my brother down on the floor, was probably no bigger frame than myself, and sit on him to pin him down because he was so strong that 5 officers had to pin him to the ground after he was hit with a car, beat with a baton, CS gas, then pinned to the floor and sat on for several minutes. And at this point, people are still saying, where's the ambulance? Where's the ambulance? Everyone in the street that's witnessing it, where's the ambulance? After multiple minutes, Mikey was then not transported into an ambulance to a hospital, but was handcuffed behind his back. Handcuffed behind his back, placed into the back of the police van. Where, and we know through not the first trial, but through the second inquest, that Mikey was handcuffed behind his back and placed between the seats and the floor of that van, face down, whilst for sure officers sat in the chair, or what else? Face down, handcuffed behind his back, gasping for his last breaths. Because as we know, which we had to wait for in 2009 when we had an inquest that we fought for, Professor Crane said that it was more than likely that Mikey died of positional asphyxia because he was put in that position in the back of the van on the floor, face down, gasping his last breaths. However, the journey to not the hospital but to Thornhill Road Police Station, some 7 minutes long. When they got to the station, and many of us have seen footage, some are in the room, Tip and myself, Ken, we've seen footage that wasn't shared in the trials of Mikey not walking out the back of the van, but Mikey being carried out, face down, officers huddled up quite closely because there's CCTV, and being carried by 4 or 5 officers, carried closely together through into the custody suite. And then taken into a cell. He was never actually arrested. Mikey was never actually arrested, is what you all need to understand. He hadn't done anything wrong. Yet they want to pronounce him dead at the hospital. Mikey died. Mikey was killed. Remember, run over, CS gassed more than several times, beaten, sat upon, face down in the van to suffocate and die. That is Mikey's story. Yet, no officers are in prison for this. If that is the case of what happened to Mikey, ask yourself, well, who killed Mikey? And that's really where we are today, because no one's gone to prison. Yet his death certificate says he died of positional asphyxia, and that only took place in one place, in the back of a police van, with 4 officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Sita. So now I'm going to just ask the panel if they have any questions from Sita about Mikey's story or any observations in terms of what she said around any areas of expertise that you have or something you can reflect on in terms of what she said. Mina, yeah, could you share the mic, please? I think you have to press the button as well.
First, I would say that I'm totally affected by the story, and I would like to know, because it was not very clear. You mentioned something about the ambulance. The ambulance was not called in the right time?
No ambulance ever arrived, despite everyone saying he needs to get to a hospital.
So this is the first question. So he was alive, and if the ambulance has arrived in the right time, his life could have been saved?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You.
Thank you.
At the inquest, what was the verdict, and were there any legal implications of the verdict?
Yep, so we had a pathologist, Professor Crane, who pretty much absolutely called it out and said that it was more than highly, highly likely no other place where Mikey could have died, and that was of positional asphyxia. And that was because of the position he was put in the back of the police van, which was handcuffed behind his back, laying on the floor of the van, face down. And so he would have been struggling, bearing in mind all the trauma he had just gone through and been breathless. That's where he died.
Sorry, what was the actual verdict of the coroner?
Apologies, yeah. Unlawful killing.
Unlawful.
Unlawful killing.
Sita, can I just ask you a question?
Oh.
About positional asphyxia, yeah? The police, are they trained not to place somebody on their front?
Absolutely.
Yeah, for what reason is that?
Well, because if you're on your front, you can't breathe properly. You know, you're going to struggle to breathe. Your lungs are compressed. Your breathing becomes shallow. So if we can't breathe, we can't live.
Thank you.
You can explain.
Yeah, it's okay. My husband is saying that it wasn't one of these large police vans. It was one of the smaller vans. It wasn't in this.
So basically the vehicle that the police used was not a vehicle that was equipped to transport people, their prisoners. It was just a normal van that the police used to travel around in groups, and they threw him in the middle of the van, in between the seats,
Yes.
Correct? So they didn't even bother to use the proper vans to transport him for his safety.
Okay, the campaign about the memory, have you submitted anything to an international organization or presented the case for any international organization?
Now, through the People's Tribunal, we have a campaign for Mikey. We have the Mikey Power campaign that has been going and is running, and it's there. You can see the timelines and everything. But this is the stage we're at with the People's Tribunal.
Okay, thank you.
Sita, can I just ask you one question, and it's going to be something that, I'll be asking most of the families. Were you given the opportunity to be represented at the original post-mortem?
Okay, I'm looking across to my cousin Tipper, who has been so instrumental in this. Just to say, at the time when Mikey died, I was 7 months pregnant with my daughter, whose name is Michaela. So there's a lot. So Tipper's just saying is no representation.
Oh, sorry. Could you just tell us more about the role of media in the case of your brother?
Sorry, the what?
The role. How they present
The
your
role.
brother. The role.
The role.
Because I think it's important also.
Yeah. So one of the very first stories, and I smile when I say this, to come out from the media that, they were asked why they drove at Mikey, or in fact, just even before we asked any questions, there was a story that went out that they thought Mikey had a gun, why they drove at him. That was one of the first things that came out through the media. And we as a family shut that down instantly to say, well, why would you think he'd had a gun? And there's like no evidence of a gun. There's no sign that he was holding anything. So the initial role of the media was to try and discredit Mikey's character, which was one that he was a family man. And there was nothing more they could say that he was a family man. No gang member or anything like that. So, yeah.
Sorry, I have another question. How do you explain the victim become a coupable, a guilty person? How do you explain that? The victim, your brother, become a guilty person because he was killed like he committed a crime, and it's not the truth.
Well, as I said, that, you know, there was nowhere in the media or anything to say that he was even arrested for anything. So there's no guilt, just innocence.
Yes. So sorry for your loss, and thank you for all the families you're doing here. I have two questions, one based on organizing and the other on trauma, right? So in terms of organizing, while you were speaking about the loss, well, it's not the loss, the murder of your brother, Mikey Powell, I was thinking about two sites. One would be with Eric Garner in New York City, who was also asphyxiated by the police by chest compression. There was also an ambulance that was present, and the medical team did nothing to support his life. So one of the issues that was raised around organizing was his daughter, Eric Garner, who began doing organizings of, quote, die-ins on the street where her father was assaulted by the NYPD. The other part is around litigation, where the family sued and there was compensation. And I'm seeing this is a form of organizing as well. It's not the same thing as occupying the streets or the sidewalk. Organizers shut down New York City for a time before the NYPD, you know, was able to move them out of the subways and off the streets. But the organizing of family members that has like a level of publicity or recognition that gets a mass support, and the other organizing around litigation of compensation. So the family was compensated later, and the ambulance carriers who didn't do their job were also sued as well. So that's the organizing part, how you're organizing or how you see organizing evolving, and how you see the militancy in it. The second, in terms of trauma, Erica Garner organized around her father for several years and was pregnant herself and then eventually transitioned. So in the US, when we work with families, with mothers, with people who are activists, there's a questions about how their health, the survivor health is, and what kind of support they need for more construct or more input in terms of their own health needs surviving the loss of kin.
Well, I think for us, in terms of organization, my cousin Tipper referred to quite a bit that we've had a lot come out of Mikey's campaign in terms of the mental health, well-being, and people being taken to a place of safety, and that a police station should not be a place of safety to be taken. And we fought for that quite a bit. We're now in the West Midlands, fair to say, Tipper, across the in Birmingham, that now if there's a situation where, which was similar to Mike, is that he was called for help and support, that there is an intervention where there's where you have to have various mental health support team in place to support and make sure they go to a place of safety. So they're the kind of organisational things we're working with and doing.
Can I follow up one more question, right? One of the things with George Floyd is that people had cell phones and they were taping the assault that the police officer, Derek Chauvin, inflicted on him that led to his death. And when we organized and we were talking about it later, we were kind of struck by our paralysis about maybe our fear of the police that kept us from walking towards George Floyd and doing some kind of intervention. So when you were saying that the people were yelling that, don't just give him an ambulance, they were expressing their care, but it didn't seem like that we were trained to actually make an intervention, or maybe we feared the police so much that we would not make an intervention
100%.
to stop a murder. I was curious about your thoughts on that.
I guess it would have been, when you look at the George Floyd, it would probably very, very similar. I looked at it as like, wow, people just stood in shock. I just think those that witnessed his neighbours, family members, was just in shock. Some did try, in fact, which I didn't mention, that my brother-in-law at the time did try and help and hold back Mike, and he actually got CS gassed as well. So where a family member did intervene, he was also CS gassed, was trying to prevent. So that's actually did happen, and that's what happened to him.
Thank you. Instead of asking you a question, I have identified a pattern, and I would like to hear your thoughts about it, yours and also the rest of the families. So what I have identified is that there is a license to kill by the police in all of those cases, and there is the prevention of any medical assistance, whether it's in the transport to in custody to the police stations, or whether it's the humiliation and the witnessing of your family losing their lives. And I would like to know if the domestic legal remedies has been exhausted or not, and if there is any possibility to reopen the cases in these cases and also in all the other cases.
Well, for sure, because I guess like every family out here, and obviously there's many before Mikey's, that you always think, and one of the first things I remembered actually saying when I could just gather my thoughts and go, did this really just happen? Did so many people witness this? Was I remember saying that this can't happen again. This shouldn't happen again. It can't happen again. Mikey's case has got to be the one that says people witnessed it. Everyone's got their story. There's CCTV. There's the lot, you know? And for sure, one of the first things for me was, this can't happen again. This is it. We're going to stop this. We're going to campaign. No one's going to die. No one's going to get killed by the police. This can't happen again. And that was our sort of passion and our thoughts and our beliefs that, yeah, we're going to make Mikey's case. We're going to fight as a family. You know, we're going to go trials, lose a trial, go to inquest, keep going and going and going, and just make sure there isn't another killing like this, like Mike's, like anything. Just, it has to stop. It's not going to happen. And since 2003, you can see how many more have happened. So it has to come, it can't continue, and that's kind of the emotion that I have and I carry. It's like, how many more? What, again? Literally on a weekly basis, it's ridiculous. I turn, I'll speak to Ken, or I'll speak to Tipper, whatever, and going, what do you mean, another one, another one, another one? and they are similar, and they are in front of, obviously my brother's wasn't filmed with mobile phones and stuff, and it is on social media, and it continues all the time, and it has to come to an end. This is the kind of thing that we need to do and challenge and say, no, it's not okay, it's not acceptable. You can't continue and think you're not going to go to prison and be accountable for it. And that's the emotion I've been carrying for nearly 22 years. Yet we could leave here today and hear in the news tonight, someone's been killed by the police. Because that's the reality. So something needs to happen for it to stop. And we've been saying this for years. We know how many voices have said it's got to stop, it can't continue, it can't continue. So that's the emotion, and that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
Sita, can I just ask you, one of the most torturous things that I believe does happen is the length of time that families are kept, one before they know anything, you know, what has gone on to the loved one, and the length of time that they leave you between you, that you have an inquest. Can you expand on that, how long?
Yeah, I mean, well, the first trial, bearing in mind Mikey was killed in 2003, and we had the first trial in Leicester Crown Court in 6 officers were acquitted in 2006. So there you go, 3 years to have a trial that the officers are all acquitted from, despite hearing all the evidence. And then a further 3 years later, we then had the inquest, so that's now 2009. So from 2003 to 2009 to get an inquest to actually know that it was positional asphyxia. So it is a long time, and it takes an awful lot out of you, out of us as a family. 3 years for the first trial, another 3 years for the inquest. So, you know, so those first 6 years, 7 years, it's exhausting and it takes a lot. And we know that some families don't even get there. Many families don't even get to trial. Many families don't even get a trial and then an inquest. But you've got to be strong to fight and continue. And we're just that kind of family that, well, we're just not going to go away. You know. So, yeah, it's tough, Janet. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I know, Mona, you've got a follow-up comment.
Thank you. It is a comment to relate what you went through with my experience. I forgot to tell you that I was one of the co-founders of a hospital called Al-Auda Hospital in Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza. So what I'm trying to comment that the year 2006, June, I was at that time working actively in the hospital, and I heard a testimony by one of our ambulance drivers who, during one of the incursions of the Israeli troops through the east of Gaza, where our hospital was close by, and the ambulance was sent by us to rescue some injured. One guy, he was injured, and the army were there, did not allow the ambulance, the team, the medical team, despite of their readiness, they were like 100 meters trying to negotiate with the army to go and rescue the life of that victim. And as far as I remember, he bled to death while he could have been easily injured, his life could have been saved if he. So this, I relate this to that. And I have another point. It is the same system. Either the police here in the UK or everywhere, USA, everywhere, and the governments, and the Israeli occupation. While you were speaking, I was just thinking deeply and relating this to that. It is part of I wouldn't say just racist system. I would say that this system where people are deserve to live and enjoy life, and people, they are just numbers, and their lives doesn't matter. But no, we shall continue telling and working with your group and the others to tell the world that every human being life, manners and justice must be for all, regardless of race or gender or whatever. Thank you.
100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona. Just to follow up on with Sita, we also have in the room Tippa Naftali, who's the cousin of Mikey Powell. And Tippa can speak for himself, but he was instrumental in organizing for the family, with the family. And just on that figure of the prosecutions, because we all know now about the 3,000 deaths and only 4 successful prosecutions. But I think there's been maybe around 30 attempted prosecutions. So that's 30 out of 3,000. So just 1%, only 1% of these cases have even gone to a trial, just 1%. Thanks. Yeah, I think you're okay. Have a try first.
Yeah, can everyone hear me? Just carrying on from what Sita said and something that Janet said. Our family was actually at an advantage when Mikey was killed, because his cousin was the now, we lost our brother, Dr. Benjamin Zephaniah, was a cousin of Mikey, and the press knew this. So we were able to get things done a lot quicker because the press and the institutions knew he had the clout to bring this story to the public. In addition to that, my sister at the time was a senior officer in Birmingham City Council and had worked with the police for many years to try and improve community relations. And then Mikey's killing actually prompted me to leave London. I was living in London for 28 years. And when Mikey was killed, I decided to move back to Birmingham to use the skills that I already had in working on police engagement with communities to effect change in Birmingham. And Sita mentioned that one of the things we achieved as a family was that we held not only the police to account, but the mental health system that failed my cousin, the ambulance service that failed my cousin. And we actually developed a scheme in conjunction with the police, the mental health trust, and the ambulance service, which actually saw 0 deaths in Birmingham for over 11 years. Sadly, not long after Mikey had been killed, before the project that I just referred to was actually kicked in, we did have another death of a young man called Kingsley Burrell, but that system wasn't in place at that time. We've also, I went to a conference, a policing conference, about 6 months ago. They didn't know I was in the room, but they referenced Mikey's case. Now that suggests to me that what happened to Mikey is still in the police psyche of the West Midlands. And that is part of the reason why we have not seen the levels of deaths in custody in Birmingham that we see in other parts of the country. And the last thing I'll say is, part of Mikey's legacy, there now exists 5 organizations that were developed as a direct consequence of what happened to my cousin. One of them is called Forward Ever UK, which is basically a massive database of cases, not just in the UK, but in America. So we've worked with families of people on death row in America, and so on. We also developed something called the National Family Fund, which actually supports, there's some families in this room today who have received support from the National Family Fund, which gives them cash, basically, to help them with all sorts of things, their campaign work, items that they may need for their home. During COVID, we gave a number of families just a payment to help them because no one could work. The Family Fund has worked very closely with migrant media and other agencies like Inquest and so on to actually support families financially, and it still exists today. We've given over £63,500 in grants in the last 5 years alone. And then finally, we set up an organization called Catalyst for Change, which is a mental health organization. We work very closely with the local mental health institutions, the police, the mayor's office, the local council, to ensure that vulnerable people who come into contact with the state, whatever form that may be, policing, hospitals, mental health systems, schools, get treated properly so they don't come into contact with the criminal justice system in the first place. So we're all about prevention. And we have been instrumental and supportive of the tribunal. The Forward Ever UK has supported Ken to develop this conference, and very grateful to see all these supporters from outside the UK and within, and hopefully something positive will come out of this tribunal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tippa, and thank you, Sita. Unless there are any follow-up questions from the panel, we're going to move on to the next family, okay? Right, so I'd like to introduce Shirley Sylvester, the cousin of Roger Sylvester. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Sitting here, it's the parallels which strike me, and the similarity between the brutality and the criminality of the police in this country. And it's something that we mustn't forget. And we also mustn't forget who the people who were killed by the police were and how it's impacted on the families. My Aunt Sheila isn't here today. She's 90, and she has health issues, so it's difficult for her to get out. But not that long ago, she went to visit Roger's grave, and my cousin said to me, my cousin Tracy said, her mum broke down, 25 years later, and she didn't know what to do. She didn't know what to do. And none of the siblings knew what to do. My uncle didn't know what to do. And that's just a measure of the grief that people feel and what the impact on families are. So I just want us to remember that, because this is about humanity and this is about the right to life. And those police officers did not have the right to take my cousin. And the police state didn't have the right to kill all of those people who were listed there. And the police forces and the police officers are responsible for this, because they allow the same thing to happen time and time again. How many times have we been told, what's the definition if you keep doing the same old thing and you're still getting the same old result? Why is it that nothing changes? And that's why we need a tribunal. Because I think we're fed up of the same old recipes being dished out each time that there's a death. So just moving on to talk about Roger, who I always refer to as my baby cousin. I'm Shirley Sylvester. His dad and my dad were brothers. We had a similar relationship. I always called him the baby. He was 30 when he was killed by Tottenham police. He was a local government administrator. He was, like many people, he was part of a large network of family and friends, and we all loved him. He liked a good meal, and he was fun-loving, and those are the things that we choose to remember about him. So 26 years ago now, he was killed by Tottenham police. There was there was a call saying that there was somebody acting strangely. They turned up. It isn't like some deaths because in those days there weren't people around with mobile phones. It was a dark night, and we don't really know why he was behaving strangely, and why he was naked. And that's one of the things in terms of the investigations, because that wasn't really looked into. The police said he was violent, but it was quite clear that he wasn't violent. He was perhaps behaving strangely. They took him to St. Anne's Hospital, which is a local hospital for people who are mentally ill. Roger did have bouts of episodes because he was bipolar, but one of the things is that he was quite well at the time, and he'd had a long period of health. I mean, he was working, he was holding down a job, he was due to go back to work the next day. When he got to the hospital, instead of turning him over to the medical staff, the police continued to restrain him. Now, we're talking about at least 5 officers pinning him down on the ground, using the force. Can you imagine the force of 5 full-grown men on Roger's body? They squeezed the life out of my cousin. And then when he reared up for breath, he was pushed down on the back of his neck by the biggest officer who was involved. So, and in addition to that, I mean, they wouldn't let him breathe. And all of this discussion about restraint techniques, well, if you're holding somebody face down and they can't breathe, what do you expect? So, you know, Roger's death has got nothing to do with police training or mental health. I mean, if you've got bipolar, don't you need to breathe? And that's the way I see it. This was about straightforward cruelty. It was about straightforward, excessive force. These are people who are supposed to have a duty of care, but they did not care. And nobody can tell me or anybody in my family that they exercise a duty of care. They don't, and they get away with it. That's the way I see it. When Roger collapsed, he was pinned down for 25 minutes, and that's in addition to whatever happened in the van, which we will never know, whatever happened on the doorstep, which we will not know because it wasn't considered a crime. The area outside the door wasn't, where he was, it wasn't cordoned off. So people don't know what happened to my cousin on that doorstep. That was a crime scene, as far as I'm concerned. And the anger continues. And we will never forget Roger and the way that he was taken away from us. Now, when he collapsed and he was turned over, and the police officers supposedly were trying to resuscitate him, one of the medical staff said that he had carpet dust all around his mouth. And that's an illustration of the force that was used. Yeah, his head wasn't being cradled as they tried to claim, because his head was forced down so close to the ground that he had carpet fluff around his mouth. And during the autopsy, what they found was deep bruising at the back of his neck. And that was an illustration and evidence of the force that was used to push Roger back down to the ground when he was trying to breathe. And for us, what's important is to remember how Roger died. Because that's what this is about. This isn't about policy and inquiries. This is about how they behave. And how they behave is criminal and it's cruel. So, a couple of other things. This was Tottenham in the 1990s, and things haven't changed that much now. And it was soon after Stephen Lawrence and the inquiry, and discussions about what's been called institutional racism in the Met. And we all have a different take on it, because for some of us who were brought up in that area, we lived it and we breathed it. We knew all about brutality. Roger's case was extreme, but you know, my brothers and Roger's brothers were stopped and searched by the police. It was an everyday occurrence, and you had to kind of work out, you know, how sometimes you could just avoid it. And for me, that institutional racism meant that the police could act in bad faith. You know, if an organization is institutionally racist, it means that their officers, they act in bad faith, they use brutal force, they use excessive force because they know that they can get away with it. And that is what Roger was a victim of. So we did, the police weren't charged. We had to wait 4 years for an inquest. We sat there for 4 weeks. And like Mikey Powell, it was quite clear that Roger died from positional asphyxia, although they tried to blame his mental health. But the jury saw through that, and it was quite clear. He couldn't breathe, and in the end, the various pathologists were in agreement that that's what he died from. And that can't be forgotten. And the jury decided that he was killed unlawfully. Now, what the state's reaction was, the police were allowed to appeal, and a High Court judge, Justice Collins, replaced the verdict with a narrative. But to be truthful, and what that did is it removed the criminality element. But it meant, they just described what happened. And as far as I was concerned, it was the same thing. He died when being held face down. He couldn't breathe. And what does justice look like? Well, the police should have been tried and convicted. Justice is not another inquiry. We're sick of all of that. I don't want Roger to be used as a footnote in a police training manual. I've seen his name. I mean, I've looked at one or two of these reports. I try sometimes not to read them. And I'm still jerked when I see it, because I'm thinking to myself, well, if anybody was interested in lessons learned, I mean, people are always talking about lessons learned. I'm sick to the back teeth of that term. Let me tell you something. If people were interested, and the Met were interested in learning lessons, Roger wouldn't have died of positional asphyxia after Richard O'Brien died 5 years earlier, when he was held down and the police called him a fat Irish pig. And others would not have died after Roger from positional asphyxia
when they were held down. So we want justice. Let's keep the focus on what happened and how they died. Let's remember what Tottenham police were like. I mean, Roger complained of being followed by the police. One of the police officers who were involved in his restraint worked at the Broadwater Farm unit and was known to the police. Everybody knew that he was a prime harasser of our community. So we know the facts. We know how he died. We know who killed him. And we know that they didn't give a toss about him. But we loved him, and we will never forget, and we'll never forget everybody else who died at the hand of those murderers. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley. I'm going to hand over to the judges, but just the point that Shirley made about the names, because I remember they wouldn't release the names of the police officers.
I mean, there's so much. They wouldn't release the names of the police officers, so we had to live in the community not knowing who killed Roger. So they were protected by the state, but we weren't. Like anybody, and we were concerned. I mean, two things happened to me personally. When Roger died, he was put on life support, and I was told I needed to go to say goodbye to him. So I left my house about midnight. I lived in South London at the time, and when we were coming back, myself and my sisters, I was stopped by the police. And I knew that was harassment. And it's how they intimidate you. And then the day before the inquest, I picked my son up from school. He was 5 or 6 at the time, and I was driving along. And suddenly, I saw police lights in the rear, and they cut in front of me. Of course, they knew who I was. And they said, "Oh, we thought there was something funny with your wheel." And again, I couldn't prove anything, but I didn't know who they were. But they knew they knew who I was, and I'm sure other families have. It's just this insipid picking away at what you're trying to do and undermine you. But yes, they gave no comment interviews. You know, they were treated with kid gloves while we suffered.
Thank you. And the only reason I mention the names, and quickly, because Shirley spoke about the names of the people that have been killed, and we've mentioned already it's 3,000. And we've been, for the past 30, 40 years, on demonstrations shouting out the names of the dead. But at very few demonstrations do we shout out the names of the killers, of the murderers, of the police officers. And we do it sometimes on the annual demonstration that we have. We name the killers. And I think people need to know what's important here in terms of what we're trying to do with the tribunal, is that for the 3,000 names, in each of those cases, there's at least 10 people who are responsible. The police, their bosses, the judicial system, the CPS, the Home Secretary, and the Prime Minister at the time. So our list, in terms of the litigation that we'll be taking, will be that list of names of everybody that's been associated with the deaths. And those names will be known. And we're gathering those names, and we're going to take those names to where we need to take them. So I'd like to open up the floor to the panel now to ask questions.
Thank you. I would like to comment on what you mentioned about the elements of torture. I believe that we see two elements of torture. One, there is the torture, ill treatment, punishment, assault of the person that is attacked by the police and is killed by the police. This is, and the denial of medical assistance, the prevention, the boycotting ambulances reaching to them, or doing everything so they cannot get the medical assistance in due time, letting them suffering. This is, I believe that there is an element of torture in that sense, but I also think that there is the element of torture of the family, the prevention of getting justice in all the stages and in all the process to getting justice. The fact that the identity of the murderers are not revealed, however, the family is exposed. The narrative in media is completely misleading, which creates more harm, and it's a form of psychological and emotional torture to the family who is leading the struggle. And I think we should see it from the lens of those cases are cases of torture in different ways, torture by the system, torture by the justice, torture by the police when the killing is happening. The special rapporteur on torture from the European Commission came in 1996, I think. And some of the conclusions and recommendations were to change and to reform those independent mechanisms, the PCA, IEC, PP, and all of them. And one of the recommendations that is coming over and over is that they should be independent, but they're not. There is no independence. There is constant cover-up, which continues to this ongoing harm and ongoing trauma. And the question is, this is systemic racism. Comment tu dis s'acharner? How do you say that in...
Continue.
Sorry? Yeah, s'acharner. Yeah. On the family, on the community, on the movement. The police is using the opportunity to express the systemic racism. And when we talk about the legacy of enslavement and colonization, this is one of the legacy, this continuous violence with the knowing that there are no consequences and there is ongoing impunity.
Yes, and with Roger, I think that the state know how to act, they act in unison. Because when you lay the facts out to ordinary people of the jury, like you and me, they could see what happened. But when the police appealed, Justice Collins knew exactly what to do. So you feel you've gotten you feel that you've gotten so far. You're allowed to get so far, but then they just take you right back. And as far as they're concerned, we run things. Nobody here is going to stand any trial for this. Yeah, you might think that you're, some kind of clever family, but we'll just take the criminality out of this and we'll reframe it as a bit of an operational mishap. And yeah, we can use this case to feed inquiries. There'll be nice pictures of Roger, and we'll talk about restraint. We'll talk about mental health. We loved Roger, and his mental health didn't kill him. It was the police. And they tried to use the circumstances around his death to embarrass us. Because people naturally asked, well, something must have been going down. Yeah, why was this young man naked? And that had nothing to do with it. But you know when you love somebody and you know what happens? That's what gives you the fire. That keeps the fire in your belly and it keeps you going. But I hear what you say. I know that there's a language barrier, but I understand exactly what you're saying. And it's in our heart. Any more questions? Sorry.
Thank you. Actually, can you just clarify for me, the bipolar has been mentioned. You mentioned bipolar disorder.
Yes.
And you mentioned mental illness as well. Can you just relate it to what happened with Roger? And then I have a comment as well, please.
Yeah. Roger had been diagnosed as bipolar, but he did hold down a job. I'm not a medical expert, but it's a form of mental illness. But personally, I just sometimes feel that is overplayed. Because he had a normal weekend. He was a big Arsenal fan. He'd gone to Arsenal on the Saturday. He'd gone around to his mates. He had helped his cousin out in the shop. He was on his way back home. His neighbor had seen him minutes before and he greeted her. He'd said hello. So it's a red herring, as far as I'm concerned. But I'm not going to pretend he wasn't, because that's what they sometimes try to do so that they can embarrass us and to justify his death. But it had nothing to do with it. It had nothing to do with it. And that's one of the reasons why I get frustrated by these pages and pages of, restraint and mental health. If you hold somebody down on the ground, face down, and they can't breathe, they'll die. Their height, their gender, their health, their state of mental health has all to do with it.
Okay. My comment. My comment is that torture can lead, of course, to trauma. Trauma can cause mental health illness. And we have seen this in Palestine, in Gaza, through the cases of Palestinian political prisoners that have been subjected to torture while in detention, and they ended up, after they have been released, they have to go through the ongoing mental health problems like bipolar. This is my comment. I can relate this to that.
Yes, no, that's fair enough. And, the stress that we went through obviously affected. So I hear what you say.
Thank you, and I really salute all of you for your courage and resisting and continue to fight for justice. Thank you for you all.
Just a couple of things I'm going to point out, I'd like you to point out to the panel. When somebody's having a crisis like what what Roger was having, I mean, it's bad enough, like for us as ordinary people, like seeing the police and feeling intimidated if they're in a car behind you or whatsoever. Do you feel that Roger would have been traumatized and scared, when that many police officers approached him?
Yes, and for us, that's our torture. Our torture is that, God, I mean, I think it's one of the things that has really, really, really affected my aunt in particular. I mean, your son, it's the details of it. He was naked. We're talking about, January. I mean, every January, every time I see frost, I think about Roger because, and no one covered him up. I mean, that's the treatment. I can't imagine what he went through, and we don't know because he took that to his grave. He was never able to tell us, and that is, yeah, that's how they tortured. That's how they tortured us. I can't imagine how frightened he must have been.
In my case as well, this is why I'm asking you this question. Did you find it psychologically torturing for the family when it wasn't investigated what had happened in the van or at the door?
Yes. Yes, and it's one of the things that we're still very dissatisfied about. But it was clear how he died. So we know how he died and the medical cause. We don't know enough about the full circumstances. And one of the things you always want to know when you lose a loved one is what happened. It's a very, very simple question. You just want to know, you want the details, it helps you to deal with it. And that we've been robbed of that because of how the police operated. In fact, I think 3 officers were later disciplined for not treating the investigation seriously, but that's just throwing pieces of crumbs of comfort to us to make out that someone cares about what happened.
And just the last thing, do you know, like you did mention about the unlawful killing that you got and that it was turned over by the court. So you had that up where you really thought that you were getting somewhere, and then you had it squashed by the courts with that implementing that narrative verdict. But your case obviously shows that narrative verdict that has been given had the same ingredients of an unlawful killing.
Yes, because it described how Roger died, but it effectively, I suppose, removed the criminality. So I still remember Justice Collins, saying, well, maybe he was struggling. Yes, they did kill him, but he was struggling. So it's just framed differently. He was struggling for breath. He wasn't struggling because he wasn't complicit, which is how they choose. It's convenient to frame it that way, but he was struggling for breath.
Yeah. So the unlawful killing was the only criminal sanction in an inquest.
Yes.
And that got taken away.
It got taken away on paper, but it's here.
Yeah.
And it's here, and we all know.
Thanks, Janet. Joy?
Yeah. I just have a short 2 questions. So in the US, we have body cameras for police. I was just curious if that kind of technology, so the families can actually see footage later. And is there any assignment when there's a mental health crisis that the police have to be accompanied by somebody who's skilled in that?
I don't, well, no, because at the time, it was 26 years ago, and there wasn't any body camera, but yeah. I mean, we've seen the body cameras and we've seen people being held down. I've seen people say, I can't breathe. And they still continue restraining them. So, yes, I think it's useful, but it doesn't, if you know that you can act like that in impunity, then body cameras are only going to do so much. But I do hear what you say.
Could I ask a question? Sorry, over here. Where I come from, the architecture of the state was used for decades to criminalize the families that were campaigning for justice for their loved ones that were executed by the British Army or the police service or in collusive processes with right-wing paramilitaries. So I suppose we had to get clever as time went on in terms of what our community needed, what the families who were directly affected needed in terms of support, being psychological support at times, legal support, NGO support, we had to try and get the blend or the balance of all of those things. And in the north of Ireland, we're fortunate in a sense, in inverted commas, that we have campaigning lawyers, two of which have been assassinated by the state in the 1980s and 90s. So it's not an easy process by any stretch of the imagination. But I'm wondering, first of all, what do you consider justice to be? Are you properly advised as to what is achievable from the justice system? And this is probably as much directed as yourselves, Ken, as well as, but is there a proper balance between legal representation? Have you campaigning lawyers who work on your behalf? And do NGOs play a critical role in exposing the truth and identifying what is achievable for the victims' families?
For me, justice is about the truth. And if you look at how Roger died, it's a criminal conviction. I'm clear about that. Justice is an acknowledgement by the state about these killings and not trying to reframe them as operational mishaps. We had a good legal team who were very focused on how Roger died, and we received support via the trade union movement. And we raised funds ourselves. So, I mean, our campaigning, we were fortunate in that regard because we did have legal representation and we were supported by an organisation called Inquest. So we did have support to bring it that far, but then the next step was taken away from us. So yes, we were able to campaign. Yes, we were able to get the unlawful killing verdict. Yeah, we were resourced, so we were actually fortunate in that regard.
Do you want me to respond to? Yeah. I think the question of law is a very difficult one, because when you speak about campaigning lawyers, the question is, what are they campaigning for, and how do they campaign? Because obviously many of the families in this room have been supported by lawyers who have campaigned and been part of the campaign. And there's a few things to say. The first thing is around, we, from our position of the People's Tribunal, are working with very radical barristers and lawyers who are coming at it from a very different position because they've learnt over the past 40 years with the inquest system and the attempts the lawyers have made to negotiate the inquest system and the inquest trials, it hasn't got anywhere. And those lawyers themselves will say they're frustrated, and they've been saying that recently. They're very frustrated. It hasn't gone any further. We've had no progress. In 40 years of inquests, not one single case after an inquest has led to a prosecution. Not one case of the inquest system. So clearly that says the inquest system is failing. It clearly says the support that's there in terms of NGOs could have a different direction. And it clearly says that legally we have to do something different. And so I think most people from the families that I've spoken to have been told they go in and they want A. And the lawyer says, well, you can get B. And that's the nature of negotiation within the law system. But from the People's Tribunal point, it's not A or B. We're more A, C, A, B. That's our position. And so I think that what we have to do in terms of what we're trying to do with the tribunal is to take from that. That's not to say that the effort of the past 40 years has not had an impact. Perhaps it's prevented some deaths, we don't know. But we are going down a very different direction. And if other people want to get involved in inquiries, and I completely share Shirley's position on all these inquiries that have happened. The reports are written, they're put in, nothing ever happens, nothing ever will. So we can't deal with the state, we can't negotiate with the state, we have to attack the state, and that's what we're going to do from the legal point of view at different levels, domestic and international. And just one point to make, I wanted to quickly call Gus up on the stage, who's an expert witness. And the reason I want to do that is just to mention that I mentioned Asita Sims, who was killed in 1971. And Lilith, your mother was politically active, right? She was part of, I think, Black Unity Freedom Party. Yeah. And Asita will speak later. So we have someone, a black woman that's active in the community who's killed by the police. For me, that's a political assassination. It's a political assassination. And with Roger's case, and I'll let Gus speak about the family because they were a family who had a long history of campaigning as well. So I think with some of these cases, we have to look at why certain people are being targeted, yeah? Because the officers know who these people are. It's not that they don't know them. They know their names, they know where they are, who they live. Those officers knew Roger. Yeah. So Gus, I just very briefly, if you could speak about the Black Parents Movement and just a general campaign with the family.
Yes, just very briefly. In 1975, I and a number of others, including her mother and father, started the Black Parents Movement in North London. And I want to link that to what Ken was saying about Roger. Because the Black Parents Movement started in defense of some school students, Roger's own relatives, and the son of John LaRose, whom some of you would know, founder of New Beacon Books and founder with myself and others of the Black Parents Movement. Albertina Sylvester, her mother, was a formidable woman. She started the Albertina Sylvester Supplementary School in her house in Victoria Road in Finsbury Park. And Roger, his brothers, her brothers attended the Albertina Sylvester Supplementary School and the George Padmore Supplementary School started by John LaRose. And the Black youth movement grew out of that because the young people themselves were organizing particularly against police in schools because they had suffered under the hands of police in schools. So that by the time the police had engaged with Roger, they had also been engaging with us as the Black Parents Movement on a number of counts. You mentioned the Broadwater Farm uprisings in 1985. The Black Parents Movement was instrumental in supporting many of the young people who were arrested for being around, not necessarily participating in the 1985 events in Broadwater Farm. So the Sylvester family were very well known to the police because of the activism of her mother and ourselves and our support in giving space and voice to the Black youth movement that were also concerned about the way the police were treating young Black people and the way the media was pathologizing and criminalizing young people in their own reporting and so on, which then gave the police, when Roger was killed, it provided, if you like, a backcloth to the way in which the media decided to report those matters. I mean, I don't want to preempt what I'll be saying in my witness evidence to the panel, but we need to remember those connections. And it was not surprising that the Sylvester family were treated as they were in the aftermath of the killing, because the police always, in all of those situations, want to project the view of the public on the family and demonize the families as a justification for the killing of their loved ones.
Thank you, Gus. So, thank you very much, Shirley. Thank you for presenting for Roger Sylvester. We're now going to go to the final case in this session, which is the case of Ibrahim Assi. And I'm going to call Kura Jagni, who is Ibrahim's cousin. Kura.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the families that are here today to hear about their loved ones. Basically, I am the cousin of Ibrahim Assi, who was killed in police custody in 1996. And that particular day was a Friday. And in the evening, I decided to visit his wife, in fact, and him, but he didn't happen to be home by then. I went with my mother-in-law, my son. It was a Friday evening. We were sitting there, laughing, joking. And also, his wife had a baby who was only 6 weeks old. So we were helping her out as well as. I didn't live far from them. They lived on the Romford Road, a busy street. So we were there, and I looked out the window. I saw Ibrahim running across the road. So I thought, oh, he's coming home, you know. He came up the stairs, and he looked at all of us, and he looked at me. He said, Kura, you got to go. I love you, I respect you, but you got to go. And I found this strange. And so I said to my mother-in-law, let's go. You know, he looked a bit stressed out. So I said, all right, let's go. I woke up my son, he was sleeping. He's like, you know, come, go out, go. He was sort of pushing us out, you know. I remember even my mother-in-law didn't have her shoes on. That's the way he was pushing us out of the house. So that's the way he was pushing us out of the house. And so we managed to get her shoes, got in a taxi, went home. Around 5 a.m. in the morning, my husband comes home, and I said, where you been? He said, there's a problem. Ibrahim was arrested. I said, oh, what's wrong? He said, you know, the police came, and they arrested him. He was a bit high-rated, and yeah, so he's gone into the police station. So I quickly got dressed, and we went to the hospital because we were told that she was at the hospital. Went to the hospital, we saw her in the bed, and she said to me, you know, he came home, he was very high-rated, and he's saying, like, he wants to take a bath, because when you go to heaven, you have a bath. You have to be clean. You know, I'm from a Muslim family. And so he had a bath, and he was delusional, and his wife was getting, you know, she was having fear by this time. And so she managed to jump out the window, and then the police was called by the neighbor because he started to chant Allahu Akbar, which means God is great. And he prayed, he was praying, and also the children were beside him on the bed, and he just prayed. So at this time, the police came. They knocked on the door, they met him praying, prostrating, Allahu Akbar, all the time. And then they sat up and he held his child, and who was around 5 years old, and he held his new baby, which was around 6 weeks old. And he picked them up, and the police said, you know, you have to come. He went down the stairs peacefully. He got to the outside, and he said to his friend came then, and he said, take my children. And then he took the children, and then another friend came, and he said to him, you're coming to the station with me. Whatever you do, you follow me. He said, okay. They went into prior to that, I must say, as he went out to the road, it was about 30 officers waiting for him. It was the scene, they said they couldn't understand it, why they got 30 officers for just a domestic dispute. So anyway, they took him to Ilford police station, accompanied by his friend, and kept insisting, anywhere I go, you follow me. So he agreed. When they got to Ilford police station, and by the way, they were from Forest Gate originally, but they took him to Ilford police station. When they got into the foyer of the yard, the van was parked up, and then they opened the doors. There were 3 officers on the right, 3 officers on the left. It was like an entourage of officers there. He got out with his friend, and he said to him again, and this time he spoke in his native language, which is Wolof, keep beside me. And then all of a sudden, an officer said he has to go to a different room. You know, he can't go along with him. And he said, no, he needs to stay with me, you know. But they didn't allow that. So they took his friend to another door, to the right, I guess. And as soon as they've walked him over, one of the officers, which was I think he was about 6 foot or so, according to the court, he grabbed him from behind. And he grabbed him as a bear hug, I would say, and put him to the ground. And then Ibrahim turned to his friend and said, you see what they're doing to me? 3 times. That time he was taken away, his friend was taken away and placed in a room. By this time, that's all he saw. He wasn't aware what was going on as soon as he was in the room. Back to the situation in the yard. By this time now, they've put him to the ground. There's 6 officers. One was on the left arm, one was on the right arm, one was on his left leg, one was on his right leg, one was pressing on his back. So there's 5 people, and I believe there was one in front, which is 6. And they just kept him there, and then they say, according to them in court, he was, according to that's what one of the police officers said, he was superhuman. They had never, in all their work as police officers, they'd never seen someone so strong as him, to the fact that he managed to throw them several feet in the air, 6 of them. By that time, I was getting wound up, to be honest, you know. And so, like, they held him there for a while, I guess. I used to probably trying to struggle to breathe, his face down. And according to what was said in court, he was lifted up to his knees, I believe. And I think, if I can recall, it was a lady, police officer, that sprayed him with the CS spray. Not only did she spray him with the CS spray, she didn't spray him the length that she should have sprayed, which is 6 foot. She sprayed him at 3 foot. I believe then he was taken into the foyer and slung on the floor by the counter where people come in every day to, you know, to present their case or to ask questions. That's where he was thrown, face down. In the court, to my understanding, the way it was perceived is that they were just walking like he was a plank of the wood, part of the wood flooring, stepping over him, doing their work, giving them paperwork. This is what I'm visualizing because that's what they're saying. Didn't turn him over. He was still on the ground. I think somebody noticed that he wasn't breathing, so that's when they called the ambulance. And when the ambulance came, themselves were upset. They looked at them and said, "You didn't turn this man over." And they said, "No." And when he was turned over, they tried to save him, I guess. Paramedics did what they could, and I can't remember if he passed away there and then, which I think he did, or they took him to the hospital. But I believe he passed away there on the foyer. So by this time, his friend doesn't know he's dead. So what they do now, they go to him in the room and they ask him to make a statement. He makes a statement, and an accurate statement of what he saw. And that was it. They released him. He still didn't know he was dead. He went back home. I went to the hospital with my mother-in-law to comfort his wife, Amy. She's saying, "Oh, you know, he just get a little stressed now then, but, you know, it will be okay. I'm going to call him later, blah, blah, blah," she was saying. So we're there trying to comfort her, you know, and I think they believed there was 4 of us in the room. And all of a sudden, we see these 2 police officers come to the hospital door, talking with a nurse. I think she was a high qualified sister, maybe. And they came over to us. And they asked for her. We said, "This is his wife." I knew there was something up because they weren't the normal Bobby on the beat. They were, you know, with their caps and stuff, and, you know, they look high ranking. And they sort of like, you know, said, "Amy, you know, I got to tell you, I'm sorry to tell you, but your husband has passed away." We collapsed. I collapsed. I just dropped because I didn't know. This was like, wow, you know, like, I couldn't believe it. And then all of a sudden, he said, "Oh, by the way, his body's next door to her. She could go and have a look." I was like, wow. I said, "This is a bit callous, isn't it? Like, next door. You'd think he'd be at the morgue or somewhere, but next door." So anyway, we went to see the body. He's quite a dark-skinned black man. But what I saw on his forehead was a bruise that, wow, it was massive, you know. And also his nose was black. It was full of black liquid. And that's the first thing I noticed. And, you know, I think there was some bruising at some point in his arms or so. And, yeah, so we left it at that. We went back. We tried to, you know, contain Amy. She's just lost her husband in a crazy way. And, yeah, she got better. She came to stay with me because I wouldn't allow her to stay at home alone. And she just had a baby that was 6 weeks old, so she came to live with me. We tried to help her and my mother-in-law. A couple of days later, we had a march. We had a protest in Romford Road, Green Street Police Station, to be precise, because that's where the police officers came from. I remember that Ken wanted to interview me there, so I said, "No problem, I'll do it," you know. And I was like where I am now, and the police station is like there. And I've looked up, and I've seen 2 officers throwing eggs at the protesters. One was a woman, she was laughing. The other one was coercing with it was nothing to them. It was no big thing. It was just throw the eggs down on them, you know, and I can swear that that's what happened. Yeah, I was livid. I looked up, said, they're throwing eggs. And that got me more angry to talk about what's going on in the situation. And, you know, I said that we will get a result in this by God's grace, you know. And we did. We got unlawful killing. The case was phenomenal for me. What these people did, the way they did it, imagine 30 officers in one room, taking notes, eradicating some of the mistakes, comparing notes in a room to get all the statements in according to what they should do. That should never have been allowed, you know. We had some brilliant lawyers, Mr. O'Connor, Mr. Thomas, thanks to them. They were really good. At times they were really frustrated. At times that we had to adjourn the court because the lies that the police were saying was too much for them even. And they'd come up to us and say, sorry, but you know, the way they're lying, it's just too much. That's lawyers saying that. So yeah, they were brilliant anyway, and I thank them so much. Yeah, I'd just like to say, you know, just have faith. Things will go through. We will get justice. Two of the things that I'd like to say is that I would like, and I would really, really wish that we could have a national debate live on TV, be it just the UK, be it worldwide. I think that is essential, so people can really understand what these families are going through. It's not just black people, it's a variety of people, ethnic groups, you know, and one thing I would like to happen is that we go ahead with a live debate. Secondly, the police should be vetted. They should, you know, from their history, from when they went to school, if they had any inkling of racial tendencies, then they shouldn't join the police. And yeah, I just want to say one more thing. About 8-9 years ago, I got a letter from Scotland Yard, and they just had my address. It said, whoever gets this letter, please call. So I called them. They asked my name, address, and they said to me, I'm sorry to tell you, but we were spying on you, and we just like to let you know that we're having an inquiry about this. I was shocked, yeah. Anyway, time is running, and yeah, thanks everybody for your time and your efforts. I'd like to thank the team, Ken and his team. They've done a brilliant job, and we all should continue to support them. And yeah, have a great day, guys. Bless.
Does anyone from the panel have any questions or comments? Joy.
Beyond the letter of them spying on you, did they give more than an apology, or was anybody ever brought into discipline?
Basically, it was a letter to say if this person could just call, like that, and that was it. It was just a letter. So I called them, and they just said, this is what's going to happen. I think it was a time where, I don't know if you're aware about these undercover police officers that penetrated some women that were, you know, protesting against the environment and stuff like that. It was that particular time that they had inquiries, because a lot was going on there as well, you know. But I think everything had to come out, and they just sent me a letter like that. And I was like, what? But I already knew in my heart there was something going on, because at that particular time there wasn't no smartphone, and I used to have the block phone, the Nokia, and it was just always when I'm on the phone, I could hear like a radio, you know, when you're tuning in a radio, and I'm telling my family something's going wrong, there's something that's happening, and I could feel it, and then this came about, so I knew. It wasn't a surprise to me anyway. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all used to remember the clicking on our phones. That happened all the time. Just for the context, currently there's an inquiry into undercover policing in this country because the police were spying on many of the family justice campaigns. And so there's now a judicial inquiry which is going on, which I think has cost 30 million or something like that so far. And it's ongoing, and many of the families in this room are part of that situation. And just a quick comment also in terms of the body cameras, because you were asking about it. I mean, they were brought in, obviously, since Ibrahim was murdered, and sometimes they don't work, sometimes it's pixelated, sometimes a certain bit's missing. Even when we do have the evidence and it's clear on camera, even then, it's not enough. So even if everything was filmed, and if you look at George Floyd and everything else, sometimes even when people see it, they don't believe it.
Yeah.
But still, yeah.
I just want to reiterate on that. In my case, this was done in the police yard. So clearly they should have had cameras in the police station. But unfortunately that day, they happened to be not working. Yeah.
I have one more question. So after 2020 and George Floyd, right, the US had more civilian killings and they gave the police more money. And so in terms of your experience in UK, are the police budgets exploding, and even though there's no accountability?
I think at present now, what is happening is actually, there were cuts in the police right now. In these days, they're saying that 1,400 have been let go because of funding, I guess. But we don't seem to have, we don't feel the impact of changes in this country. I don't know about America, but here, it's just, I'm sorry, we'll try to do our best. And that's all we've always heard, We know from even in the 70s, there have been racist police. They never hid it in the 70s. They used to put their NF badge on their coat, they never hid it, you know what I mean? They just had to Yeah, so we don't really feel the results. We don't really feel that something has been done to help us. There's nothing that I can think about. I could be wrong, but no. It's just a pattern all the time. Oh, yeah, guilty, but overturn it. They're not going to jail, so they do it all the more. Because, if you can beat somebody up or kill somebody and not go to jail, c'est la vie. Yeah.
So we're going to have now, if there's no questions from the panel, we're going to hear from Rod again on use of force in these cases, so he can speak a little bit about the actual use of force. And just in terms of the funding, I mean, police funding changes up and down, but what they're certainly spending a lot of money on is defending police in court. And I just want to, with Sheiku's case, Ade, how much do they spend on defending the police officers? 22.5 million was spent just by the state on defending police officers in an inquiry. So the money is spent on that. And I made the comment to Ade that that's probably the most expensive bacon I've ever heard of. And so now we're going to just hear from Rod in terms of use of force, and then Asim straight afterwards, and then we'll be stopping at 1 o'clock.
Thank you for having me back again. I'm going to be very brief. The testimony from the families are so powerful that these are the voices that need to remain in your minds and not mine. So I will whiz through just some observations I have. It's pretty clear that in these three cases, no crime is suspected. We're talking about individuals who, all the individuals who were killed, they required medical intervention as opposed to arrest and high use of force. They were treated as if not human, and I'm being careful what I say there because that suggests that you could treat an animal like that, but you shouldn't even treat an animal the way these people who were killed were treated. Michael Powell, Roger Sylvester, and Ibrahim Assay. the use of force required to respond to somebody who is experiencing a psychological episode has to be visibly different to the use of force that's used against an individual who is directing or targeting violence. A violent offender, a person in need of care. The police do need to respond, but you should see a visible difference between the levels of force that's applied. And what strikes me most, and I'm familiar with the background in these cases, I contrast the minimal to zero injuries sustained by the officers who talk about that hackneyed trope about people with superhuman strength. But the officers have minimal injuries, if any. Some have zero injuries. Yet the injuries sustained by those killed is catastrophic. To count the amount of bodily injuries. I am going to wrap up because, as I say, the family's testimony is the significant issue here, not mine. Just on Michael Powell, state the obvious. The use of a motor vehicle to strike a pedestrian. No police officer, then or now, is trained to use a motor vehicle to strike a pedestrian. Granted, the police are not told you cannot do it, simply because there might be some circumstances where if you were to prohibit or restrict an officer or officers from responding to a significant and dangerous set of circumstances, by restricting them, you put them at risk. But it's clear, we already know there was no firearm, there was no gun, simply because, if there was, irrespective of how many years ago this occurred, the control room switchboard would be fired up with the number of calls being made by members of the public if you see a person with a gun. And we know Michael Powell did not have a gun. But if he did have a gun, the tactic is not to drive your motor vehicle to strike him with it. That is not the tactic. There would have to be significantly more. There would have to be an immediate, if not imminent, threat to life. Standing with a gun, which he did not have, but if he did, standing with a gun, there are a range of other options, a range of other tactics. If he brandishes the gun, different circumstances. But I'll stop there because I can take it a step too far. From the evidence that I have researched, and thanks to the family and United Family and Friends, and a range of all the instigators, researchers, investigators who have helped bring us here today, it appears to me that the disproportionate use of force from striking a pedestrian with a motor vehicle, the introduction of a firearm, it's brought into the narrative because you need to justify a ridiculously high level and unnecessary, disproportionate, unreasonable, unlawful use of force. I think I should wrap up there and say again thanks to the family for the testimony. I'm going to try and be briefer when I come up each time, but I did say from the outset, we're talking about individuals, various agencies who marginalize, discard, fabricate, and choreograph evidence. And it's, to my mind, all four of those are evident in the cases that we've discussed so far. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rod. So this is the first session, which we're coming to the end of now. The session is on terror. And so we're going to now hear from Asim, who will speak on that position, and then we'll be wrapping up the session. Thanks, Asim.
Thank you so much. Bismillah. So actually, the video you showed earlier and the list of names up, it reminds me of my very first political education as a child. I don't know if many of you will remember the movie Cry Freedom, but when you get to the epilogue, when you get the end credits of the movie, you see a list of names scrolling. And what they do is that they describe in the deaths in South African police custody in the apartheid era. And it says, you know, died by accident, suicide, 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 suicide. The names are just scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And it seems like it's endless. And that image up there reminds me so much of that end sequence of the movie. You know, and obviously the movie's about Bantu Steve Biko and his killing by the South African police during apartheid. And in my own work, I've had to, unfortunately, deal a number of times with this very issue. I remember being in the northwest of Pakistan in 2008 and meeting a family, just they're a village family, and they were saying, you know, the Americans, they picked up our brother, the father of these two little girls who were sitting there. They were very, very young at the time. And saying, you know, he was just a driver for, you know, this guy, this local tribe leader, but he got picked up in this big raid. They said, can you please find him? He's a nobody. Like, he's just a taxi driver. He's absolutely no one. So I said, okay, fine, no worries. You know, like a lot of people being held at the Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, we'll find him for you. So I'm asking lawyer friends, you know, people who work on detentions at that site. And then a few months later, the Associated Press reveal an investigation where a man by exactly the same name had been beaten to death by military police at the Bagram Air Base. Remember, this is a nobody. He's absolutely, in terms of who they were looking for, the terrorists, the Taliban leaders, whoever else it might be. And I rang the family and I said to them, like, you know, my condolences to you. And they said to me, what are you talking about? Nobody had bothered to inform them. And we've seen this pattern again and again and again, where there are certain lives that are not valuable. They are made less. They are made subhuman in so many different ways. In my work in Guantanamo Bay, we saw this again and again and again, so many times. Military officers, police officers, the FBI going in, conducting various forms of torture, all of which describe exactly what you have all described today. The CS gas, the 6 people on points at different parts of the body, pinning down, face down, every single time. And they were doing this not even on a daily basis. They're doing this at an hourly basis to different prisoners around the camps. And remember, there were almost 800 people being held at Guantanamo Bay. There was one moment that came in 2006 where 3 men died of asphyxiation in Guantanamo Bay. They had been dry-boarded, which is when you place a sock in the mouth in order to stop the person from being able to breathe correctly. And it was really interesting that they, of course, denied that, you know, the instant response. And again, I'm hearing the same tactics being used of trying to marginalize families, to minimize their pain by putting it on the detainee themselves. And they said about these men that, for a start, this was an act of suicide. But secondly, the camp commander came out and said this was a form of asymmetric warfare, that by killing themselves, by committing suicide, that they were actually conducting jihad against the American soldiers. That was the claim. Now, the other prisoners, who had already been released, we asked them, hey, look, you know, you guys are familiar with these camps. Is it possible for somebody to commit a suicide in the circumstance that you're claiming, that the American regime is claiming? They said it's impossible. It's impossible because the wire fence, it's too small to thread anything through, and it's also not high enough to be able to actually hang yourself from. So there was a lot of evidence explaining that, you know, it was almost impossible for this to have been a suicide in the way that they had claimed. But when the bodies were finally released back to their families in Yemen and Saudi Arabia, what they found was that the larynx had been removed from the body so that no further autopsy could take place. So you see again, like the layers of cover-up. But the cover-up isn't just medical, it's not just within the autopsy, it's also in the narrative itself. You place the blame on the one who's died to say, well, this was an extremely dangerous person, that their suicide was even an act of warfare, whereas all along it was something else. Now, it's very difficult to prove these things sometimes, but sometimes God, fortune, however you want to call it, provides a circumstance or an instance where you're able to see directly what was happening. So I represented a man named Ali Al-Marri. He's a Qatari national who was one of only 3 men who was considered an enemy combatant on US soil. So all the enemy combatants, they were sent off to Guantanamo Bay. We only have 15 left now, so I only represent 15 people there, but the others have all been released without charge or trial. But he was one of the 3 men on US soil. And when Ali is going through his case, at some point his lawyers, they're trying to make an argument saying, hey, look, our client's being tortured, we need access to certain videos, one of which included FBI agents being recorded putting a sock down his throat while they're interrogating him, which the Federal Intelligence Agency admitted to. So the judge orders that some of the videotapes be released and that summaries are produced, not the videotapes itself, but summaries of those videos are released. So they give us access, they give the lawyers access to the video room. And in there are boxes and boxes and boxes. Now, by this stage, the guards had realized that Ali Al-Marri wasn't a terrorist. So they came to like him. So when the lawyers asked, hey, look, what can we take from the video room? They said, as far as we're concerned, the order says you can take what you want. What we received was 27,000 pages of interrogation logs and visitation logs by the Department of Defense, by the CIA, by the FBI. And I went through every single line of these 27,000 pages over a 2-week period. And the documents relate to psychologists, police officers, FBI agents, CIA agents, Department of Defense, military police, coming in with their names all there, very, very clearly visible, alongside these logs which say, after 15 minutes, show him pictures of his family. Next 15 minutes, assess behaviorally how he's reacting to these pictures of his family. Take his Quran away from him, see how that affects him. Turn up the heating in his cell, turn down the heating in his cell. Like every 15 minutes, they're trying different things to try and use torture to force him to cooperate, coerce him into giving a false confession about himself. But what was fascinating was the moment of the dry boarding itself, because at some point you see in the logs themselves how frustrated they're getting with this man. Because he was a very principled person. He said, look, I'm here without charge or trial, a completely innocent man. Why are you doing this to me? I refuse to cooperate with you because I haven't done anything wrong. And when they're the ones who lose their patience, right? They're the ones who lose their cool. They're the ones who aren't able to control themselves, whereas they are supposed to be trained to control themselves. So in this one interrogation where instead of kind of talking to them, he just starts reciting Quran to them. He's just like reciting Quran to himself. He's just like, this is where I'm going to find my peaceful place. They get the sock, they shove it down his throat, they wrap it around it in tape, and he's literally suffocating to death. And being able to see this being played out in a 15 minute by 15 minute interrogation log, it really gives you an understanding of how precise they are, but also how quickly they can lose themselves in that as well. That these are people that are supposed to be trained, but yet they constantly forget their training. We look at all that period, those summers when we were just watching police videos of footage of young black men being killed and black women being killed in America by police officers. I remember the video of Philando Castile being killed and his girlfriend, Diamond Reynolds, being in the car right next to him with their child right behind. It just boggles the mind that you have this taking place. It is purposeful, though, but it's purposeful because the entire system and the structure of policing is based around a very racialized understanding of how dangerous black and brown lives actually are. You know, with George Floyd, we've spoken a lot about him already today. We see the way that he was asphyxiated, that he was killed, he was murdered. And for those of us who have been working on the Palestinian prisoner issue for many years, you know, we instantly recognize the tactics immediately as ones that were trained by the IDF. And that became very evident very, very quickly. The Israel occupation forces are the ones who trained all of these officers to do these tactics. So it travels around. With other cases like Jean-Charles de Menezes, you know, we know that this is all racialized because, remember, when they shot him 12 times in the back of their head, they believed they were shooting a Muslim. This is a reality, right? That's actually one of the elements that we don't focus enough on. In their minds, the police mind, this was a terrorist, he's a Muslim, that's all we know about him in this moment, and therefore he deserves death because of those little few factors that they think they know about him in that moment. Unfortunately, you know, we do live in a time period where this is our material reality, where the cover-ups are real, where the narrative is spun against our clients, our loved ones, our people on a consistent basis. All I can do is really express my heartfelt sorrow at everything that you have all been through, the gaslighting that takes place, the hypocrisy, the platitudes about justice, about accountability. Really, you know, ultimately, like I said earlier, when we began today, justice looks like holding the state to account, but the state understanding that it has to hold itself to account too. The problem is that if the state really held up a mirror to itself, it would understand that it is completely broken. You know, people say to me all the time, oh, well, you know, we need more black and brown police officers in order to change the system from within. And I say to them, so are you admitting to me that you think white people are incapable of being anti-racist? Because that is the ultimate bottom line of why you need more black and brown police officers, because you believe that we live in a society where white officers are incapable, forget about being not racist, or being anti-racist, because we are so demonized, because we are so dehumanized as peoples living in these countries. And so, you know, really the call is to understand that when there is violence by the state that is enacted, as we've seen so very clearly demonstrated by our sisters today against their loved ones, that really there is always this element. There is always this element of what else could have happened, what other measures could have been taken, because you could be Dylan Roof. You could be Dylan Roof and shoot up an entire church full of black people and be taken by the police immediately to Burger King in order to have a meal, knowing full well that you are not going to be shot in the back of your head because they assume you are some kind of existential threat to them. So thank you.
Thanks, Asim. So we've now come to the end of the first session. We're going to do this, I think, just to make the point in terms of people have been talking about training and policing. Many people in the room come from a different position, the position of abolition. And those of us who believe in that very much want the abolitionist position to be presented well here, and I'm sure that will come through from some of the panel as well as we move forward. So thank you for attending, and we have an hour break for lunch. All the families and guests have been given their lunch tickets. The rest of you will have to fend for yourself, I'm afraid, at this stage. We'd like to feed all of you, but we don't have any fish or bread. Thank you, everybody. Thanks.
Guess what? Is that your daughter? Did you? I had said, Mum. Yes. Goodness me.
Twins.
Coming tomorrow. Wow. Both girls. Or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Lewis. But you're first. Oh, okay, but Janet was first.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be in the same
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. My daughter, no, not Simon, the very dry one. And yes, Simon, because the one I put in my daughter, not the fresh.
This looks like a proper job.
Yes, yes. And she's very diligent.
I hope so, yeah.
I'm not going to be here. No worries. Do you need anything else?
No, it's all good.
Right.
You got paper?
Yeah, I'm there. Hi, darling. You're all right. You seem better. You seem a bit not quite settling. You want to go to the gym?
You're like me. I can't. I can reach.
I've spent the last 2 years not being able to do anything. Everything looks like a workout. Bag potatoes. Sugar. I even bought some of those bangs. Next day. Yeah. Poundland, they were doing them. Well, leg presses. That one. Oh boy. Your case was it Wales? Yeah.
Remember the Somalis were protesting? Yeah, remember that? Yeah, that's right.
Because was something to do
Yes, something, yeah.
rapid army.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Forces, yes, they were
Oh, you get used to it actually. Yeah. I mean, the one time when it really did take me aback was when I was invited to talk when they had. It was like our version of the Million Man March, and it filled up the whole of from the Houses of Parliament all the way back up to Trafalgar Square. That was when Charlotte Church spoke.
Oh, yeah.
I stood on the stage, I was like, for the first time in my life, and I'm not a person that gets intimidated very easily. I'm going to shoot them out, kicking them up, and you're going to be shooting them out. Simple, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my God, this is 6 foot over. Okay. So, yeah, including my swim. So, kick back in. And that was the first time I actually stood there and I could feel myself go. My throat got dry, my mouth got dry, and it was when it goes Saturday afternoon, Mum, and it was fun. And you wake up 7, 8 o'clock, and it's like, where's my over?
Yeah, where's my
It's a bit of a disruption to the routine, isn't it?
Yes. And the dog's sitting there with crossed legs like, and me. And it's like, and ring the doorbell comes cute.
Sorry, I just...
Don't tell lies, she wanted a quick Copperfield.
Hello, welcome back. We're going to start on the second session, which is the language of collusion. I'll just give people a couple of minutes to take their seats.
Give me them shoes. Where did you go? I went down, that's up to me. You know, it's outside us.
Okay, we've outlined the themes before. We're just going to go straight into this next session. I'm going to start asking Janet Alder to come up and speak about her case. Janet.
Right, start again. Let's talk about collusion. I've had every single institution, state institution involved in Christopher's case, from the hospital to the Crown Prosecution to the IPCC, Home Office. The whole lot of them have been involved in this case. It was 1998 that Christopher had died. He'd gone to a nightclub and he'd been punched, and he was a victim of an assault. My brother Christopher was like just a year older than me, and most of my memories from childhood. And he used to protect me because we lived in a predominantly white society, and we was the only blacks in the school. And if people used to call me names and whatsoever, he'd punch them. And that's my big brother. That. After leaving state authority care, Christopher went into the army because the army was the only place for young people at that time. There were no jobs, so he went into the military, and he really believed in this country. But after this incident at the nightclub where he'd been punched, he'd been taken to hospital as a complainant. The police went to see him. Little did we know that there was one of the police officers he was at school with, and we never learned that until later on. And I had a police officer come to my door, massive big knock on the door. But my children were in bed and that, and I'm thinking, who is it? I was scared. And opened the door, and there was a uniformed police officer. He said, "Your brother's died in police custody." And I was just so startled. I didn't know I just didn't know what to do. I felt sick, and I just kind of told him to go, just go. And all weekend, couldn't decide what to do. But eventually, I went to Hull to see the police. And it was the treatment of me as soon as I went that kind of made me ask questions. I was sat down, and then at the reception, the officer turned around, knocked on the window, "Come here, you," like that. And I went, well, I was really startled, and I said, "Look," I said, "I haven't done anything wrong. I've just come to find out about my brother." And then went into the back, and there was a police officer who was in the custody suite the night of Christopher's death, sat there, hands behind his head, chewing gum, really casual. "What do you want to know?" I said, "I just want to know what's happened to my brother." He said, picked up the phone, he went, "Right, yeah." And I never saw him ask anybody anything, he was being told. And he said, your brother died in custody due to the fight. He was punched, and due to his injuries, he died. And I was absolutely shitting myself in that place. I was scared stiff, because it's intimidating. It's meant to be intimidating. It's the police station and that. And I heard something over the radio. I thought, that's my cue to get out, so off I went. And then I was walking up the road, went to a bookshop, and there was a plainclothes police officer stood out there. He had a notebook in his hand and that lot. That's how I knew it was the police. So I told them in the bookshop, they let me out the door. He'd gone, let me out, and I thought, I better get a solicitor. So I went to get a solicitor, and I showed her these newspaper clippings for the first 6 days, where they were looking for everybody other than the police. 4 people here, 6 Asian guys there. And at the end of each newspaper clipping, there was, and we're looking for a man. We've got a man in custody related to the death. Now, this was the first start, and that press release came from at the time, the Police Complaints Authority, now the IOPC. They'd put that press release out to the press. So then everybody runs with it then. They'd made out that he was a hospital worker. And this had not happened. It was all lies. Then I went to the hospital, because Christopher had been taken to the hospital, to find out just how bad he was. And then the hospital had turned around and said, "This is now a murder inquiry."
And I thought, well, the police didn't tell me that when I went that there was a murder inquiry. It was murdered Christopher. So my solicitor got the post-mortem reports, and after the first post-mortem, it said it had nothing to do with the boy that punched Christopher. Basically, the blow that he gave him did not kill Christopher. And it said, inconclusive, as if we don't know how he's died. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you can dig bodies up from hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, Tutankhamun and all that, and they know exactly how they've died. But when it comes to my brother, they didn't have a clue. So I'll say I had a really good solicitor. She started pursuing, get more and more evidence, and it took them 2 years before they let us see the evidence of my brother dying on the custody suite floor in a police station. They didn't tell me that they had it on video. So they gave us 11 minutes, and it was just so shocking to see the inhumanity. He was there with his trousers and box shorts down to his knees, gasping for his life. And they're all stood about saying, we need to charge him with something more severe. We can't just have him there to prevent a breach of the peace. And I really couldn't believe it. I had belief like most people do. I had belief that the state does the right thing. And if you're involved with the police, you're probably in trouble. That's just what we're all taught. And then I thought, once I'd seen the video, I thought, surely they're going to prosecute him. But the Crown prosecution refused to prosecute him. But when we got to the inquest, there were 9 ordinary men and women that had listened to the evidence, and there was evidence that they'd cleaned the van, they'd destroyed Christopher's clothing, the police officer's clothing had been dry cleaned and returned, his belt was missing, and he had more severe injuries than he had when he'd left the hospital. And still the CPS would not prosecute him. So because most of the experts that had looked at the post-mortem reports were ex-police officers or they worked in the same field together, we then went to Northern Ireland and we got Professor Crane. And he looked at the video and he said, you don't need to be a rocket scientist. This man's died due to the way that they've placed him on the floor, handcuffed behind his back with his trousers down, and they've just left him. And they're all stood about talking about charging him with more severe charges. Then we forced the CPS, because we'd got an expert, we'd forced the CPS into prosecution. That was 4 years later. And then, no, sorry, it would be, 4 years later, we forced him into a prosecution where they took the evidence that we'd got, the one expert that knew how Christopher had died, and mixed it with 4 experts that they'd been collecting over the years to say, well, he might have died anyhow. It could have been a cardiac arrhythmia. Even though there's no evidence of it, it could have been a cardiac arrhythmia, so we can't prosecute him. So we did eventually get to trial. And it was so shocking to see how freely these police officers were walking about in that court. And in the end, I was the one that ended up in the dock. And that's purely because I wouldn't shut up about some racist evidence that had been found on the video. They'd been heard making, they were that confident, they'd been heard making monkey and chimpanzee noises and references to the Ku Klux Klan. And I'm not going on that fucking banana boat. Or if I do, put my hood up, wrap it round me, and cut 2 aisles out. And I'd been saying to the CPS, I felt that Christopher died because of the colour of his skin. No evidence of it, they said. And now they've found this evidence, because it was something that they'd not set originally at the case, they couldn't just introduce halfway through the trial. So then they came back to me and they said, oh, by the way, what we've done is we've got that the police had got their own transcript, and they're saying the monkey noises were strange laughter. It wasn't banana boats, it was banana boots, and they were yellow paper shoes that they had on. And I just couldn't believe what was going on. So that's 2 organisations, well, 3. That's the police, that's the Crown Prosecution, and the Police Complaints Authority. Now, there was 108 hours of video evidence that had been hidden. There was a girl in a cell, asked for a blanket, and they left my brother on the floor with his trousers down to his knees. There was a girl that had cut herself. She stood at the desk. I've cut my finger. And they're all saying, oh, let's have a look. Come on, you need a plaster. Let's sort it out for you. And they left my brother on the floor, gasping for his life, with his trousers down, and did nothing. These are the issues that I kept bringing up to the CPS and everybody. What about his additional injuries? Where's his second missing tooth? Well, it didn't kill him. I said, well, how do you know if you've not investigated it? And this is it. They investigate what they want to investigate. And they will leave any incriminating bits of evidence out. The state is a law unto itself. And they've got public money to use to cover everything up. So these police officers are getting more and more confident. The inhumanity of these cases, these are innocent men. They've not been found guilty or anything. They are not the judge and the jury. The police are not the judge and the jury. But they've got the whole system behind them to protect them. I was that angry that I thought, right, I'm going to show the world what you've done. So I put the video on television so that people could see it for themselves. It caused a bit of a stir. David Blunkett had turned around and said, oh, we need an inquiry in whatsoever. We'll have an inquiry. This inquiry was like 400 pages long. Most of it was rubbish about the nightclub, trying to distract everybody about what had gone on at the nightclub. There was only so much about the police. But the police had dragged Christopher out of that hospital, and they turned around and said, oh, well, he walked out between us, and, you know, one of them had 2 CS gas canisters, and one of them had been sent away for destruction. No questions asked about all that. And then I put it together, is this why my brother can't breathe? So that inquiry happened, and of course it was just a damage limitation exercise, because that's what they do when they really know that they're in trouble. Damage limitation. Make it sound as if it's not as bad as what it is. And this is what they tell the families. So I thought we'd given my brother, an ex-paratrooper, the best funeral possible in 2000. And then they swapped his body for a 77-year-old woman and hid him in a mortuary for 11 years. And once again, we had another investigation where they lied and they were colluding. The IPCC was going to the Crown Prosecution every time it was wanted the CPS to look at the evidence while they're investigated. And that was to ensure that nothing come out. And this is what we all have to put up with. You know, there is no justice. This system is rotten. And we need to do something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Does the panel have any questions or comments that you'd like to make?
I have a question. I had it before, but I didn't have time to ask it. And it's for you, but it's also for the rest of the families and also the families that were here this morning. My question is about the project or the intent of change with the right care, right person model. So as far as I understand, there is an intent to try to implement the fact that when there is a mental health issue, there is a call for medical assistance that instead of sending the police officers, some medical trained personnel should be sent. So I understand that it's not implemented and is not working, but if it's not the case, do you think that there is a way that there can be like a legal reform or legal change to have this approved, or because that would save some lives, or that would be an improvement in fact that the first response wouldn't be police officers. So my question is for everyone.
I think that people with more experience with the psychiatric deaths, deaths after psychiatry, would be probably better to ask than me. I don't have enough experience on that, I'm afraid.
I think Aji will be speaking about Seni's case in relation to that. Any other questions for Janet? Okay, thank you. Thanks, Janet. Okay. I'm going to call Stephanie to the stage. Stephanie was one of the other people who, from the very early days, was part of the campaigning and part of UFFC. And if you can tell us... Yeah, and also tell us, I think, because I'm aware you did a lot of campaigning and took it to different places, so go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. That person there that's my twin, my beautiful twin brother that died 32 years ago this November. In fact, it's half of my life now, as I'm 64. So Leon was alive for as long as he's been dead. This all started when Leon was accused of stealing a till out of British Home Stores in Greater Manchester at 5:30 in the evening. He got chased. They couldn't catch him. In the end, they chased him with police cars because he was that fit that he was leaping over walls, he was scaling buildings, and he was escaping. Leon was on home leave at the time, so he was due to be released from prison. They tackled Leon to the floor. His face got badly injured, and they took him to Stockport Police Station. As most people do that are in that situation, he gave my younger brother's name. And the narrative throughout the time that they had Leon in custody was he's an escapee, not that he was somebody on home release. Now, the reason they used the narrative of an escapee is Leon got out on the Friday, which was the 20th of November. And I remember this because on the 22nd was my younger brother's birthday. So Leon had got out on the Friday and he was due to go back to prison on the Monday. He got arrested on the Saturday. So they should have notified the prison that they had Leon in custody, and they chose not to. Now, they held Leon for 6 days, and in that 6 days, he's meant to have turned around and said to him he was a heroin addict, and he needed all these various tablets in order to bring himself down, or I don't know the ins and outs of somebody who takes that substance, but apparently he needed something to bring him up and something to bring him down. And this was the narrative that the police was putting out all the time. He's an absconder and he's a druggie. Now, for Leon to do the run that he did and the distance that he covered, a heroin addict can't do that. They can just about run up these stairs to those doors. Leon was pelting it in that much speed that, like I said, they needed to catch him with a car. And even then, they had to veer off to catch him. Whilst Leon was in custody, his health was deteriorating. And the FME, which is the medical officer at the police station, came in and kept saying, AOI, all in order, which meant Leon was fit to be detained, fit to be interviewed. Now, his solicitor, who just happened to be an ex-police officer, said, look, my client is seriously ill and he needs to go to hospital. No, he's feigning illness. There's nothing wrong with him. And they put him back in the cell. Leon deteriorated even more, where he was throwing up on the interviews to the extent where he was in the interview room and he slumped to the floor and hit his face on the floor. And they put that down to feigning illness in order to escape. As the time went on, he got worse, and now he's vomiting up green bile. The cleaner went into the cell and said, oh, there's all this shit all over the floor. Leon was naked. He was covered in all bodily fluids. There was green bile up the walls. There was blood splattered up the walls. Where he didn't make it to the toilet in time, he vomited in front of the pan. But he's fit to be detained. He's feigning illness. Bearing in mind, there's a hospital 500 yards away, and they could have took him there under escort, but they chose not to. What they did is they put Leon back in the cell, left him there. The next morning, they went in. He was semi-conscious. They said that he was not responding, and he was being truculent and difficult by not answering his name. They took Leon naked, bar from one sock. They carried him out of the station, into the van with a dog, placed him face down in the van, and drove him maybe less than 100 yards to the courthouse. They carried Leon out naked, face down, and placed him face down on the cell floor in the courts. When it was his turn to come up in court, Leon wouldn't respond. By now, he's unconscious. The usher came down and said that he's feigning illness and he's being difficult and he's not coming up to court. Not that Leon could not go to court. Leon was unconscious. So they remanded him and they put him in a place called Denton, which is in Stockport. It's a disused police station. In there, the cells are kind of opened and they have an association area where there's a TV. They saw Leon being carried in, and even one of the prisoners there said, he don't look right, Gov. I think he needs a doctor. Nah, he's putting it on. He's feigning illness, trying to escape. And they put Leon in a cell, broken windows, no blanket, no pillows, nothing. And they placed him on the floor and left him. Excuse me. Whilst Leon was in the cell, everybody else was out on association. And they were watching TV, and there was a PC sitting there. And Leon was moaning. So one of the prisoners went and looked through the hatch and said, Gov, he looks really bad. You need to get a doctor in here. He don't look good at all. So with that now, the PC said, can somebody turn the TV up, please, and drown out that noise he's making? Leon eventually died. When the paramedics come, Leon had already started to come out of rigor. When I went to view my brother's body, I even said to them at the morgue, you've brought out the wrong body. Where's my twin? I did not recognise my own twin brother. His face was black and blue. The tip of his nose was missing. His knuckles were pink. The tip of his toes, where he'd been dragged along the floor, they were pink. His knees were on the side. We flipped the body over as much as they didn't want us to touch him, and he had truncheon marks down his back. But all I was told is, you do know this is self-inflicted. You do know he threw himself around the cell and killed himself. My response, I punched the chief superintendent in his mouth. So we've had 3 inquests. I'm about to wrap up because there's others. We've had 3 inquests. The first inquest got stopped because the custody sergeant's wife was on the jury. Second inquest, due to the toxicologist, and plus I'd done a bit of forensic studying myself, the toxicologist found out that I knew his results, and therefore he stood up in court and said, I feel I should make it known to the court, I falsified the evidence by putting this man's name to somebody else's samples who died of a drug overdose. The jury came back with an unlawful killing verdict. It then took them 2 years to overturn that verdict. I then got a new verdict of hypomania, which basically means he went mad, which is the new version of happy delirium. I'm now on my 4th investigation, so I've gone from the PCA, the IPCC to the IOPC. I don't know what they want to call themselves now. They've had more names than a pub. So this is where we're at the moment, and this investigation is now taking 4 years. So the journey is hard, the journey is long, and any family that finds themselves in this situation must be prepared for the heartache, the family breakups. My marriage, after 26 years, because of this, went down the pan. So there is a lot that we lose, not just family, not just relationships, but we tend to lose ourselves as well. And this is where you all come in as our support and our security, and at least somebody there that understands and takes time out to come and listen to our stories and to understand our pain and to share and to go out and tell our stories so everybody knows what we go through. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. So thank you. Is this clearer? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. So we're just going to ask the rest of the speakers just to directly address the tribunal panel. I'm sure everyone else can hear, yeah? It's just because turning like this, we're not getting it all. So I don't know if you have any questions for Stephanie? Just because it was difficult to hear. I know you've got your text, so yes, Mona, go ahead. Steph, do you want to come up?
Hello. It is a comment for, I don't know, I lost my tongue. You must, of course, your activities are very much activities and continuous for all those years to seek for justice for the victims of the police is highly appreciated. This is the first point. The second point in Palestine, in Gaza, which I try to relate this to that. There is a family of Rachel Corrie. I'm sure some of you, or maybe have heard about Rachel Corrie, the American young woman. She was only 21 years old when she was trying to defend the Palestinian people in Rafah houses, and she was killed very clearly. And her parents, whom I know through this, have been campaigning for years in the USA, and they went to the justice, the case went to the Israeli court, and the soldiers were free. And this is, of course, leaves scars in the psychology of the parents and the family, and for us as Palestinian, the unaccomplished justice. Because the girl was very peacefully, and she was very clear in front of the crane, and she was killed. But the parents continue. And in your case, your work is appreciated, but also there are other things to be done, if you may listen to me, like to have unity between all of you, or special days of the year or whatever, to sit together and do your cases together. In my opinion, maybe you get me wrong, or it is very important. It will strengthen your position. If you have done it as a group through the years, that will make your case even more powerful. For us now, currently in Palestine, and especially in the Gaza Strip, where I came from Khan Yunis, a small town in the south of Gaza. There is a collective trauma at the moment. If we are talking about trauma and children and the women and the population, like people don't have time to grieve. People don't have time to express what they are going through, because everybody is suffering like the others. I think that's it for me, and really, again and again, I am honored to be amongst you today, and you. I'm honored to be part of your, I don't know what I'm going to do, but part of, at least to know more about your case, and I don't know what the future will will bring, but I have not a romantic dream. This is reality based on work, on actions, that all of us who are working against injustice, either small injustices or large injustices, and in between, and different sort of injustices, together, one day justice will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just add that as a collective group, and I'm sure the rest of the families will say the same as well, that we appreciate that you've come over to listen to our stories, and we appreciate everybody that listens and comes out on the marches, because without the help and without the feet and the voices, our stories don't get heard. So once again, thank you very much.
Stephanie, my question is about the mental health episode, which appears to reflect quite a few of the witness statements already this morning. First of all, do you feel supported in terms of your campaign? And is there enough sort of knowledge sharing and sort of capacity building between the various families and the various groupings so that one learns from the other? I suppose the reason why I'm asking is that where I come from, growing up in the north in the 1970s and 80s, many of us thought we knew how much collusion was taking place at that time between the police force, which was the Royal Ulster Constabulary, the British Army, and right-wing paramilitaries. So we thought we knew, but we didn't really know until the threads of collusion started to be picked apart from the 1990s right up until the present day. And what we thought we knew at the time was trivial compared to what was actually happening in terms of the state collusion with loyalist organisations. So I'm wondering just, in the north of Ireland and throughout Ireland, there's a high level of collective opposition to state collusion and a high level of collaboration, research and documentation and so on. Does that happen to the same extent here, particularly with regard to those that have been killed and who have experienced a mental health episode?
Well, I think what it is in this situation is that the first narrative that is put out is one that the person who passed, I hate to say, like, we lost our loved ones, because you lose keys, you lose change, you lose your dog, but you do not lose your loved one in a station or an establishment. That's the difference. Now, as far as the collusion goes, the first narrative they like to put out is mental health, even if, as in Leon's case, there was no mental health. But it was a way to vilify the person in order to make them look like the bad person. And that's where the narrative starts, and it starts to snowball, and then it starts to pick up more momentum, that somebody else will put something else that will stick. So before you know it, you have this big ball of post-it notes of somebody trying to describe your loved one when they have no idea of who that person was. Now, as far as sharing my story, when Ken and Brenda started up United Families and Friends campaign, prior to that, I was going to inquest to Deborah Coles. And it was Deborah that started putting me in contact with various different organisations and introduced me to Ken. Now, without that collective and thinking you're the only person that this has happened to, that you go out there and think, well, this is going to be a demonstration, and it's going to be a demonstration or a march of one. Until that day I turned up and saw the amount of people there, that Leon was not one, Leon was not two. By the time Leon had died, it was over 12,000. So it's just one of these things that we now collectively, everybody has got to have this one voice in order to bring it to this government and any successive governments that enough is enough. And we're sick and tired. As far as I'm concerned, it's like it's a safari. You know, and they're the big game hunters, and we're just the animals out there ready to be taken down. Well, I'm sorry. I hope in my lifetime that we can shut this down. You know, I have a son and I have a daughter. I have grandsons. You know, and it worries me, even though they are not of the same mix as me. I mean, I've got such a mix-up. My mum's half Jewish, half English. My dad's from St. Vincent. So, you know, I've got this melting pot. I'm worried for the kids of today. And that's the thing that worries me. But if they can join in and be an extra voice, a young voice that can carry this on, more power to them.
Thank you. It's better now. The sound is better for us. Thank you.
Sorry? Oh, I've got a boomy voice.
I have it's not really a question, but it's a comment, and it's addressed to every family, because what we can see since this morning, it's a lot of proof disappeared. And I'm wondering if it is not a good perspective to introduce a common complaint with all the family in the case where in the case the proof disappear. I'm wondering, we have to check that with the lawyers, because I think there is something very very problematic regarding the justice. And of course, when the proof disappear, it means denied of justice.
Justice denied is no justice at all.
Therefore, I think we have to use this kind of recurrency in different cases to open something different, but helping at the end, helping to prove the case was not judged with justice. And sorry, also I have also a comment. For the 4 cases, it is 4. Yes, for the 4 cases, since this morning also, there is something very common to all these 4, is the way the police is telling a story or on the superhuman force, a prisoner who can escape from the prison, who can't escape from the prison, drug addict. And,
superhuman. Superhuman. Have these superhuman strengths.
It is, yes, exactly. And also, I think we have to use this argument to demonstrate it is exactly the perfect example how racial white supremacy is identified black people or Arab or black people. And I think also as a human right or a legal person or whatever, we have also to denounce this bias. Bias. How the police and how the system is perceiving black people and Arab people. To denounce that and to use that as argument if you, as a family, decide to go to the European Human Rights Court, also to denounce this kind of bias.
But it's the same as let's just say, right, you pick up the newspaper, big, strong black man having a mental health issue, straight away splashed across the pages. But do you ever see big, strong, white male having a mental health crisis? That narrative is never used. So why should it only be indicative to people of colour? That colour has to be used to describe the situation. If it's not good enough to describe a white person in that situation, and I'm being objective here because I'm of both sides, and I can't take one side over the other because that'd be disingenuous and disrespectful to my parents. But this is a narrative that we also have to break down.
Yes.
That the journalists of today need to stop focusing on ethnicity.
Yeah.
I have a problem with that word, but I got it right.
And also, he put in question the issue of black masculinity.
Absolutely. Because, I mean, black masculinity is described in near enough everything that's out there, be it in a magazine, be it in a newspaper, be it on stage, in a film. You know, black man's always portrayed as, you know, I'm not going to take no shit, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to this, I'm going to... But white people do it too. So let's have a balance. And, or better still, let's just drop the colour thing out of it. Man having a psychotic or a mental breakdown, that's all that's needed, that's all that's required.
Sorry, please. Oh, no, it's okay. I finished here.
Yeah, it seems to me that we are dealing with a very corrupted, xenophobic, racist, classist jurisprudence. Because when it comes to rich people, white people, they always provide, for example, a mental health professional.
I've been to Brazil. I went to one of the biggest favelas in Rio. And just before I went there to give a speech on deaths in custody, they tear gassed the place. So I've had a run-in with the military police out there, which I thought the police were bad, but the military police are even worse. And the racism between the Brazilians, of the white Brazilians and the black Brazilians, astounded me. So I do understand, and I can empathize and sympathize with what goes on in your country because it's not dissimilar to here, apart from the military police.
Okay.
Is that it?
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
It's for you, but it's always a bit for everyone. I think there is also an element that we need to take into account when we analyze the patterns, is that there is this element of continuous humiliation of the body of the person that is being killed. Not only denying assistance, but letting the person be in a situation that is really dehumanizing and humiliating. In this case, there were other people figuring out and realizing that he was in this situation. So it's even in front of when he went to court, in front of everyone, in front of the fellow detainees, there is also this element of and this is an element of ill treatment, the way that the body is completely humiliated, to like if it wasn't a person.
Well, in life and in death, because the same with myself and with, I'm sure there's other families here, when Leon died, they did not store his body properly. So by the time we got his body back for burial, it had to be a sealed coffin. So it's not only in the throes of life, while they're dying, they're humiliated, they're also humiliated in death.
So we have to ask ourselves why. That's a question that we need to ask ourselves.
Thank you. I want to quote something you said. Everyone has to have one voice. Leon was not one person. Leon was 12,000. So I'm very interested in hearing you say more about mass resistance, but also how emotional and physical safety and stability allows you to take care of yourself.
I have no emotional stability. I have been a hot mess for the last 32 years. There are good days and there are bad days. And I'll be honest and truthful. Yes, I've taken an overdose 3 times because it was unbearable, the thought of being without him. And I'm not in that mindset now, but Leon is a part of me. I still cannot use the term was or the past tense. He will always be my twin. And Leon, I've always said, us are survivors. We are surviving the best we can with what we've got, be it the support of families, friends, groups, organisations. We're surviving. Not survivors, surviving. And this is hard. Every time I see a picture of Leon, I took this picture. We was mucking about. I was pregnant with my daughter, Bewley. And it was a lovely sunny day that day. And that's the memory I try to keep in my head of Leon. But I've always said, now that we're at 3,000, over 3,000 people dead by the state or the institutions, we, us, collectively, are the voices of the cemetery. Because they don't have their voice anymore. It's down to us, the surviving, to speak their voice, their story, and never let them be forgotten for all the right reasons. That they were decent people, they had a right to live. And nobody had that right to take it away from them directly or indirectly. And this is something we need to stamp out and to show this government and society enough is enough. And if we can all speak in one voice and one language, I'm sure we will be heard.
Thank you, Stephanie. So the next person, the next story. To Morel's question about organizing, and the stories you've all heard are the unheard stories that have never been told before. All the stories the family are telling you and the other stories that are coming are things which has been suppressed. So that suppressed information is part of the document that you have access to, and this is the basis of how we're going forward to speak with that. The problem we have at the moment is that the system in place to support the families is too reformist-minded, and it still believes in the state. The first thing that families are told when a killing happens is that don't speak to the media for legal reasons, because you could jeopardize your case. Yeah, it could be used against you in the future. But there is no future. After 40 years, we've learned that lesson. So families will have to start speaking out from the beginning and not at the end, Because the end is always 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years later by the time it comes to an inquest. So it's time to speak out. And so this is what we're doing in terms of organizing the tribunal, to be able to build the unity and the voice and to go forward. So I'm going to just take the mic to Aji. I don't know, do you want to try that one? I want to make sure.
Can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? Yeah? If you can't, just put your hand up and I'll try and... Oh, you poke me, okay.
Well, can you hear?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, the mic's better. Try that.
Okay. Is this better? Yeah. My heart goes out to all the families in the room, in their graves, the people in their graves, the thousands of people who've been killed at the hands of the state, who have suffered the inhumanity of the state. A first world nation, so we're told. Where I come from originally in Nigeria, if this happened, they would say we're barbaric, we're animals. This is a first world nation who have killed, murdered thousands of people. Sheini, as we call him, was 23, finished his master's, wanted to go and do his PhD, and had an episode, his only psychotic episode, over the weekend of August, bank holiday, and went as a voluntary patient into a hospital. And as a mother, I will never, ever forgive myself for taking him to be really, what I say, slaughtered. I thought they would care for him, but he was murdered. And I can never, ever forgive myself for that. You know, a mother's pain, not to say that a sister's or brother's or cousin's pain is any less, but a mother's pain is deep. It's not the natural order that I should bury my son. That's not it. He should have buried me. But as a mother, I've had to do things that I shouldn't have to do. When Sheini wanted to leave as a voluntary patient, instead of calling me, which they'd agreed to do, they called the 11 police officers. This is in a hospital, in a mental hospital, mental health hospital. The nurses and doctors couldn't cope. They weren't trained. So they called the police in. 11 police officers restrained him. I mean, it's a long story, but they restrained him because I always like to show people how they restrained him. One hand under the thing and the other hand at the back. 2 sets of hand restraints. 2 sets of leg braces on his stomach. They restrained him for over 30 minutes in 2 sets of restraint. And in the inquest, the police were saying, oh, we were hot. We had to ask for water. And the coroner said, really? What about the person you were restraining? Don't you think they might have been hot? He was saying, get off me, I can't breathe. But no, in their wisdom, they restrained him, and when his body went limp, this is a bit I find really distressing. When he went limp, which even a 5-year-old would know there's a problem, they thought he was pretending, and they left him, left the room. Hospital staff were outside watching, and in fact, one of the doctors, his evidence at the inquest was that it was like watching the police restrain an animal. I always say this. He's dead and buried. But that shows you the brutality, the inhumanity of a force of police that are meant to protect their citizens. But in fact, if you're black, unfortunately, you're fodder. They came and resuscitated Shaney, but of course he was brain dead. And we had to switch off the life support. It took us 7 years to get an inquest. 2 lots of absolutely awful police, IPCC or IOPC, whatever they're called, investigations. And eventually we had an inquest. We weren't allowed to bring up racism. No, but the coroner said, oh, that's the elephant in the room. I don't get it. You can't mention it, but she knows it's the elephant in the room. But the jury were quite smart. And their narrative verdict was disproportionate, unnecessary, excessive force and restraint. And the hospital staff were watching, and they said they were screaming, stop it, stop it. You're outside the door, you're outside the window. Why don't you go in and stop it? No, but you're screaming. No mother should have to listen to all of that. I was determined. I went for 29 days of evidence, 3.5 months. And I listened to everything. I listened when the coroner asked her witness, the pathologist, what did he think Shaney was feeling when they were restraining him? And he said, I don't want to say because I know his mother's in the room. And the coroner said, don't worry, she's listened to everything. But when he started his evidence, I screamed and I fell on the floor. No mother should have to listen to that. No mother. After the inquest, nothing ever happens to the police, nothing. They walk away with impunity. They can murder at will. Why won't you murder when nothing's going to happen to you? Why? There's no sanctions. Our only saving grace is that we were able to get a law on the statute books in Parliament with the help of our MP, a private member's bill that now we're trying to implement across England in all mental health units. We were determined to get that because it's statutory, so every mental health unit has to abide by it. Unfortunately, the police are exempt. Nothing new there. Nothing new there. The police, I'm just referring to Esther's question, the police are not trained to deal with anybody in a mental health crisis. They're not trained. And I don't believe that they should be sent on their own to any mental health crisis. I just wanted to conclude that we have to keep fighting. I shouldn't be doing this at 75. I shouldn't be doing it. But if I don't do it, if I'm not his voice, what's going to happen? At least I know through the law we're saving a few lives, because I get told this by nurses and doctors. We're just saving a few lives that we can. But people are still being murdered. People are still being killed, especially black men, when it comes to police brutality. Thank you.
And were there any implications for, I'm assuming that the nurses and doctors who were present, were there any legal or other implications for them as a result of whatever process was brought about?
I mean, they did do a thorough investigation, which is one thing, but they're still working. They have to be trained now because of the law that we brought in his name. They have to be trained, they have to be accountable. I always say the law was the easy part. Getting it in the statute books were quite easy compared to implementing it. It's the implementation that is proving to be an obstacle. But I'm determined. That's what I do, that's my job. To train and to talk to as many people as will listen. And now even the police are trying to listen. Only because we got a consent order in the court. So they have to listen. They have to do a training for police officers. And we're just trying to stop it being a tick box exercise, which is what they like to do, digital training. No, that doesn't work. I like to go and talk. I like to look them in the eye. Not that they care, but I like to do it anyway.
With all due respect and showing my deepest condolences to your loved one, do you believe in corruption between the health department and police? The police?
The difference, or?
No, corruption.
Do you think there's any corruption between? Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know. Yes, as Stephanie's just reminded me, there's a lot of indifference. But it is making a difference, I think, you know, because you get to hear things, the staff, you know, the staff that are implementing the training say it's making a difference, they can feel it. But it's just only some hospitals, a lot of hospitals don't do the proper training. So, you know, but what I would say about the, I have cousins who are police officers, and I know that not every police officer gets up in the morning and says, I'm going to kill somebody today. That's not natural, they don't do that, but I think they have to be very aware of what their actions can lead to. They've got to learn. They've got to be trained properly.
Hi, thank you. Has there been much discussion about organizing? This kind of echoes what was already put on the table with hospitals about their rights to reject police presence or to make an intervention when the police are being
Sorry,
barbaric.
I'm a bit deaf. I'm sorry.
What she's saying is, have you tried reaching out to hospitals? So it's the hospitals that deal with you and not the police being called in.
Oh, yes. I mean, that is part of the training that we've, you know, that's part of the law. They're not meant to call in the police. They're meant to be trained properly. Then they won't need to call in the police.
And are there lawsuits ever levied against the hospitals for failing to stop police violence? Zero.
Well, it's very hard. And I think it's most lawyers, yeah, they don't take it on. That's why I think it will be important to have a class action suit, case, yeah.
And protests outside of the hospitals or boycotts that we've rarely been able to pull anything off like that in the US, but because
Yeah,
we also have qualified immunity and our president gives pardons to people who kill civilians. But I'm curious about then maybe the organizing and protesting.
We've organised protests, like not me personally, but
Yeah, we do, yeah, we have. But now I've taken let's go and train them, let's try and save lives. That's, yeah, the best we can do.
I will speak louder.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Yes, no, it's okay, it's okay. I try to understand how it's possible for an hospital to not protect a patient. And the kind of collusion there is between police and hospital staff hospital. Did you get some information, or did you introduce something to get an answer how it's possible, this collusion is possible?
Didn't get an answer.
Is it possible for you to try and get answers from hospitals, or was it that Fountain was up against institutions?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I'm really, yeah, I'm partly deaf, sorry.
It comes with the age.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, all I would say is most of the hospitals that we deal with are really interested in moving forward, in saving lives. Most of them. And so they have to do the training. It's statutory, they have to do it. They have to organize it, they have to report. The only thing is, you will find that they try and fudge. They try and muddy the waters. They try and maybe not give the true picture of what's happening, how many restraints. Or they'll say, oh, we've had no prone restraint this month. Yes, but you have had mechanical restraint, you had medicinal restraint, you have coercive practices. That's all restraint. So, it's a mindset. It's a mindset. It's just taking much longer than I would like it to take, but I'm not giving up. That's what they want you to do, give up. I'm not, until I'm buried. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, they all have, one word can mean 10,000 things, so, it's a battle that we continue to slog at, we continue to do, just to keep going.
Okay, any more questions from the panel? I think just to follow on what Ajay was talking about, we're dealing with police killings. They're around 3,000. The number of people who are killed in prisons is much higher. The number of people that are killed in secure medical units, again, is much higher. In fact, we don't even know. So all the forms of restraint that you're talking about could be killing so many people every year. We just don't even know about them. I think that's important. And that's why the tribunal is not just about today, but it's a 10-year plan to deal with all these 4 areas and to mobilize and get people together. The final family in this session is the family of Moyed Bashir, and I'm going to ask, you can sit there or you can bring the mic up here as you like. This is Mohamed Bashir.
Hello, doing a quick mic test. Loud? Sweet. Hi, everyone, and thanks for having me. So my name is Mohamed Bashir. I'm the lead campaigner of Justice for Moyed Bashir, who's my brother, sadly killed on the 17th of February 2021. You've heard stories from across the country, from Scotland to England, and this one's from South Wales in Newport. It's been 1,508 days since the killing of my brother. On the morning of the 17th of Feb, Moyed was suffering from a mental health episode. At 8:52 a.m., my mum called 999 asking for help. And probably because of some language barrier, when she asked for help, she said, please, there's a possibility that the call handler assumed she said police. My parents assured my brother, Moyed, that help is on its way. There was a knock at the door, and it was the first police officer who turned up at the property. Moyed was expecting paramedics in green uniform, but police officers in black uniform turned up instead. During that mental health episode, Moyed was scared, so he locked himself in the bedroom. This is something that you would do if you're a child. When you're a little kid, you're scared, you go to the bedroom, you hide under your bed, because it's the safest place to be. Moyed was a 29-year-old man, so he went to his bedroom at the family home to keep himself safe away from the police. The police officers were asking the right questions at the time. They asked my father if Moyed was violent. Was he aggressive? No. If anything, Moyed was scared because of the police being at the home. Then there was a bit of commotion in the bedroom because Moyed had a mental breakdown. So the police officers asked for backup. There was a bit of confusion why the police is at the home. And they made the way in to the bedroom. Moyed was fidgeting, and he was telling the police to go away. My parents seen the state of Moyed in the bedroom, and they asked, where's the ambulance, where's the paramedics, because Moyed is suffering from a mental health episode. Prior to that, in January, Moyed was a victim of a stabbing injury where he actually had a second chance in life. He survived death back in January. And then in February, the police made their way into the house, and unfortunately we lost him then. During that confusion and commotion on that morning, there was communication breakdown between the Gwent police officers who turned up. There was more than 5 of them, just for one person who was suffering from a mental health episode. So the call handler from the ambulance was in communication with one of the police officers to get all the accurate information, address, name, the state of the person. The police officers were so confused they were given wrong information to the call handlers. Some were accurate, but the incorrect information was provided to the call handler, which was entered to the data on the computer, and that caused an algorithm where the priority of the call was not as high, even though Moyed was suffering from a mental health episode. At the same time, my mother, she's known for having angina, which is a heart condition. So she started suffering from chest pain, and she told the police right there and then, my heart, my chest. And they called called the ambulance again, but this time it's for my mother who's suffering from a chest pain. So that call has been prioritized instead of my brother's situation. During the confusion and the communication between the Gwent police officers and the call handler, there was a bit of confusion about whether Moyed was conscious or unconscious at the time. And that's because Moyed was straight away handcuffed and leg bound. He's been put in restraints, so he was not under arrest. This is the most confusing thing. So the call handler asked the Gwent police officer, is Moyed conscious? Well, he's making noises. Is he breathing? Shallow breathing. So is he conscious or unconscious? I want to know so I can enter the data into the system. The police officer couldn't give a straight answer, so the ambulance and the call handler decided to do the right thing and enter the correct information, saying, if you don't know if Moyed was unconscious and he's having shallow breathing and he's not responding to you directly, then he's unconscious. The ambulance arrived at 10:04, and the call was made at 8:52. And then it was taken to hospital at 10:59. The doctors who tried to work on Moyed and revive him, but we lost him at 11:41. After the whole commotion with what's happened on that day, obviously we started with the inquest process, which is an interesting journey. I've learned the hard way about the judiciary system here in the UK. It's not straightforward because it favors one party and not the other. It's definitely not the families, let's put it that way. And if you're going to fight for justice against the state has deep pockets. 22.5 million, right? And how much do we have? None, not much. I'm definitely not from a rich family. So, luckily with the inquest organization and UFFC, we managed to get the guidance and the right help to speak with the right lawyers who realized that we can actually get some sort of support from the government, So we went through the inquest process, but because of the backlog that's happened because of the COVID lockdown, it's been delayed 2 to 3 times since 2021, and we only managed to get our feet into the courtroom, and we had our inquest back in 2024. 2 to 3 weeks. It was quite interesting how the whole judiciary system works, the cross-examination, when you put in the police officers on the spot. There was an issue with the body cam footage back in 2021. We asked the police officers to release the body cam footage. There was an anonymity clause that's being placed on the police officers. So at first, they provided the pixelated, compiled version of the body cam footage. Even the coroner at the time said, this is not clear, I don't know what I'm looking at. So we asked for the redacted version of it. They provided the compiled, unpixelated version of the body cam footage. Still not clear enough, but we've got an idea about what's going on and what happened. There's about roughly 10 to 20 minutes of the body cam footage that's missing. So that raised a lot of questions. Our legal team worked so hard. They're from Hickman and Rose, and they've been dealing with a lot of cases similar to this. So during the inquest, one of the police officers had a conversation outside the property while waiting for the ambulance to arrive. The body cam footage was on, and the body cam camera was on, and the footage basically recorded the conversation between 2 police officers where they were wondering if that was an ABD scenario. Acute behavioral disturbance. This is the mental health episode that we're talking about, and I remember you asked that question earlier. Some police officers say they have been trained On paper, yes, they've done the modules and they've attended the training sessions, looked at the slides, signed the paperwork, yeah, fine, I've done the ABD. But on the ground out there, you don't know how to handle a mental health episode. Very similar to other families here as well. They're not trained. So with the mental health issue with my brother, it started years and years ago. It's not just about how the police was treating Moyed. It's not about the failings within the health system. It goes back to, and this is quite new information as well, my brother was detained at Brook House to be deported because the government revoked his visa. So we came to this country back in 2001 when we were little. As you grow up, we've been granted visas, right? We all got our citizenship. Moyed was being a mischief, and he's been known to the police. And because of that criminality, the Home Office decided to revoke his visa. Therefore, it's not legal to be in the country. And one of the notorious detention centers is known as Brook House. There's been an inquiry about this here in the UK. An undercover reporting has been done by Panorama. And during that particular period in 2017, Moyed was in that detention center where the officers at the detention center deliberately harassing and bullying, psychologically harassing and bullying people in there. Some people were suicidal. Moyed was one of them because of the stress and the trauma. Moyed won the appeal many times against the Home Office, so they released him from Brook House. When my brother picked him up, we're all celebrating at the home. Yeah, finally he's out. He's never been the same, and that was in 2017. So the mental health issue has been ongoing from that point up until 2021. So yes, the state, from top to bottom, all parties who were running the government and running the country, whether they're Conservative or Labour, it doesn't matter. They're all guilty, and they're all accountable. From the Secretary of State, the Home Office, all the way to the police officers, their ranks, their chain of command, the prime ministers of the time, they're accountable. Thanks.
I know there are a lot of similarities in the cases, so some of the questions may be answered by the other families, but if there's anything with this specific case you wanted to ask?
I just wanted to understand if the image of the body cameras was presented to the jury, and then they said that the image was not good. Is that right?
Yeah, the body cam footage was played as evidence. The transcript from the body cam footage was also provided to the jury and everyone, standard process. When our legal team cross-examined the police officers who had that conversation outside the house about, was that ABD? Yeah, it looked like an ABD. Okay. They went back in, they didn't say a thing. They didn't raise or even speak up to the rest of the team or their colleagues. Guys, this is ABD. We need to change strategy here. Or let's update the ambulance with our call log. This is actually an ABD, because they're supposed to do that. One of the female police officers who were present is actually medically trained, or was medically trained. She didn't say anything, and she was supposed to at least spot the symptoms and speak up. Nothing. And it was contradicting. So in my eyes, when I was there during the inquest, that police officer basically lied under oath.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Joy?
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering, if you could say more about organizing based on how you've pointed out that the police collude with damaging people's emotional health. So is there organizing that focuses on that? Does that make sense, what I just asked?
Police harassment, in a way, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, one other thing, like just back in the US, it's been clear with Project 2025 that one of their goals is to inflict trauma because it makes it harder for people to function in organizing. And that's kind of from the administration on down. I was just curious about organizing around, there's the police harm, police killings, but what you brought up about where your brother was before, and about the insults and the dishonor and the just bullying that would diminish, you know, your health, your mental health, if there's specific organizing around that.
Well, I guess with that bullying and harassment, you know, ever since my brother was detained at the immigration detention center, Brookhouse, I would say it's probably similar tactics like how the police are doing it out there. And ever since we started campaigning, my family, myself and my other brother, we've been followed by the police. I'm not surprised if they're actually probably tapping my phone as well. Because I've been campaigning and my family's been fighting since 21. And yes, we are well known in Newport City, in South Wales. There's been times where I've been followed by the police, undercover or not, you can tell. But if anything, they harassed my younger brother a lot more, pulling him over, asking questions, just to want to give him, just to let them know that they're watching and they know what's going on. So it's nothing new there, really. It's the same thing like how my parents have been treated on that day. The police officers were so rude to my dad. As a father telling the police officers, my son is dying, you're not doing anything about it. Stop arguing and do your job. So yeah, harassment, bullying.
I have a question, but not really specifically for you, but for all the family, because I would like your feedback as a family. How do you explain with the seven cases we studied today, 6 of these cases has to deal with mental problems. And I'm wondering if is it the stress to be harassed every day in the daily life by the police that creates some disorder, mental disorder, or if is it also maybe the exile for your brother, for example, it is the exile, the situation to be a refugee, to feel not welcome, not accepted, that created this disorder. Oh. Well, in my case, and how your community is also targeted as a Black or Arab community. Is it related or?
Racism thrives in police. Let's put it that way. It trickles from the top all the way down like cancer. Yes, the communities don't trust the police officers whatsoever, or even the police, South Wales Police, Gwent Police, you name it. And yes, it's systemic. And if anything, they'll do whatever it takes to terrorize the families, to try to cause friction within the community, right? And with the social media platforms right now, it doesn't help either. You know, we know there's so much hate out there right now, and they're adding fuel to the fire. They just want to cause that friction so we can live in terror all the time. They're killing the men one by one. And if you noticed, All the families here had their sisters, their aunties, their mothers telling the story. And so far, I'm one of the lads, the guys, one of the male campaigners who's actually speaking about my brother. They're trying to kill the men so they can leave the women by themselves alone, feel frightened and threatened. Yeah. Yeah,
Thank you.
exactly.
Hold on a second. Yeah. She said the mothers are leading. We can see the mothers are leading. Go ahead.
Mothers and daughters are leading.
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 Yeah, leading.
Leading the fight.
Thank you. Peter.
I think she needs the mic.
I was going to say, my response to that question is quite easy. Our solicitor, Jane Dighton, was a white female. And she simply asked the question, if on that night her relative had called the police to come out to help, and she had smashed her window and smashed her car and stood in the road as a white female, would the officer have acted the way they did, as they did with my brother? And that says it all. So the mental health, so yes, are they black male mental health episode? For me, that's a mindset they've already got. Oh, here we go again. They've got that mindset. So you could argue a disproportionate amount of black male with mental health episodes or with mental health issues seem to be dying the same way, being killed the same way. So it's a mindset. As soon as that call's made, that goes through the radio, they come out with a different mindset and mentality, as I said, as opposed to a female or a white female.
Thank you, Sita. So we're going to call up Rod to speak a little bit about the use of force that we've heard so far. I think the point you're making is important in terms of the terror, not just on the person, not just on the family, but on the community. And tomorrow we're going to discuss this issue of continuing stress disorder, not post-traumatic stress, but continuing stress, which is affecting everybody. So Rod, if you want to...
Stand in front of the microphone and I'm going to address you so you can hear me, I hope, and be very brief. I just want to talk about the duty of care and the threat levels in these cases from the families. In the United Kingdom and in many police forces, police officers have a duty of care to all citizens. It goes without saying, but when a police officer deprives an individual of their liberty, handcuffed in a van or in a cell, then that duty of care is a responsibility for that individual and also an accountability, or it should be an accountability for that individual. In the case of Christopher Alder, when he exits the van in a state of disarray, he's handcuffed, he's placed in the van, he can't explain what's happened to him, and the police have an onus to. The law says it does, but in reality, that's not what's happening. So hopefully we can do something to change that. What was the threat level immediately prior to the death of all of the individuals? The threat level, in Christopher Alder's case, he's handcuffed, he's in a van. I have some concern about the offence that the officers were dealing with him for, because, and without getting into too much technical detail, a breach of the peace is actually medieval legislation. It's a power which allows the police to detain somebody and remove them from a location, take them to a police station or to a cell, and ultimately to court. But there is no conviction, there is no criminal record from a breach of the peace. So I'm a little bit unclear and concerned that threats to using capacitant spray or CS spray against Christopher Alder was appropriate. It seems grossly disproportionate to what they were dealing with. If he was presenting such a significant threat, then I would have thought the officers would be arrested in not for breach of the peace, but for one of the myriad offences against a person or public order offences. Those all end up with substantive sanctions somewhere down the road. Leon Patterson spent multiple days in custody. Senny Lewis was partially sedated before the police took over responsibility. I also know there's some confusion between the medical staff because they say the police usurped the responsibility. The police argued that the medical staff gave them responsibility, but it matters not. It's still that duty of care, and it's still that threat level assessment, which I argue is low. And Moyed Bashir, he removed himself to the bedroom. We're not talking about an individual who sees police or sees a foe and launches an attack. The police ultimately have to go to find him rather than him present himself. No persons were under attack. In Senny's case, if I may, Aji, in Senny's case, there were so many officers, it's arguable there were too many officers, and they still performed a tactic, a modification of a cell relocation tactic. I'll keep it truncated at the moment. But they still performed it badly. Why it took so long is because you have 11 officers and you only need 5 competent officers to perform that tactic. But they got it wrong. They had a member of the medical staff on the door, so when they tried to exit the room, Senny got to his feet and they had to go through the entire process all over again. That's why it became a protracted, painful, and life-losing exercise. And in your brother's case, Moyed's case, my take on this, and you have done fantastic in your campaign, there were sufficient resources, and there's opportunity to plan and time the police response. The question I ask is, what was the rush? Why the need to act so quickly? And we're going to come to this tomorrow, I think, in the cases of Paul Coker, who was killed in 2005, and Adrian MacDonald in 2014. And Professor John earlier today spoke about Darren Cumberbatch, who was killed in 2017. But those 3, we're not going to have time in this People's Tribunal to talk about Darren Cumberbatch, but it's relevant. Those 3 cases I mentioned here are relevant because the police had sufficient resources and sufficient time to plan their tactical response. 27 years campaign for Christopher Alder, 32 years Leon Patterson, 15 years now for Senny Lewis, and I think, if I got it right, Mohammed, it's 1,508 days for Moyed Bashir. But it doesn't matter how long, because this is a pain that doesn't heal.
Thank you, Rob. I'm now going to ask Gargi to come up. The session is around collusion and language, and some of the questions that you've been asking is about the framework and how all these patterns are repeating themselves. So Gargi hopefully will address something of that.
If I push that back, it's going to wreck it. Sorry. Just got my notes with me.
And then we're going to have a break afterwards.
How long do you want me to go for? very short. Yeah, I'll try and be quick. Yeah, I'll try and be very quick. Yeah, hello, thank you so much for your attention and for everyone here today, and I feel a bit humbled to try and contribute. My name's Gargi Bhattacharya. I'm the director of the Sarah Parker Remond Centre for the Study of Racism and Racialisation at University College London. I've only had that job very briefly, and I suspect I'll only have it much more for very briefly. But anyway, while I'm here, quickly, use. Thank you. I wanted to add a few things, really just to put in a list some of the issues around language, narration, and what that does to evidence. I understand what I'm saying isn't things that people don't know, but just so it's in the mix of how we're thinking today. And also I do understand that the panel come from different contexts of state violence and racism, so there might be things that are particular about the UK. There's so much literature already about global racism, about how racist tropes inform how some populations are dehumanized and how their rights are stripped. We know historically that colonial modes of violence spent quite a lot of their energies saying, well, these people are not even human, so we can do all these things to them. I probably don't have to explain to this audience the ways in which those kinds of colonial tropes continue. People have spoken about them in relation to their own families. But it's still worth saying some of the ones that have had a particular purchase in this country recently, I think mainly for the panel, not that you won't have heard them in your own context. So certainly, things that people have already said. The one we know already, animals or animal-like, often linked to an idea of grotesque physical characteristics. We've talked, people have talked in horrific terms about the ways in which the physical suffering of their loved ones is then kind of turned back to dehumanize them further. Superhuman strength, who knows? That seems to come up like every few years. Things about being beyond reason and unreachable by talking to by argument. And if you look through police accounts, one of the things is alongside the implication that some people are less than human, animal-like, and have these grotesque superhuman characteristics is, well, couldn't possibly talk to them and reason with them, might engage in cultural practices that makes their behavior unpredictable. Other people have said repeated implications of drug use with no evidence. Just to say, even if you're using drugs, doesn't give the police the right to kill you, but just to recognise the tactic that is being used. Hypersexualised, disease-ridden and unhygienic, because I couldn't possibly touch that dirty body. Childlike and unable to take adult responsibility as adults, yet also adultified and never eliciting the consideration given to other children when a child. So I think people recognise them from other spaces, but just so I've listed them. There's a few things I think are very stark in recent British ways of doing state violence. And some of it is not only what's said, and people have talked about what's said to make people who face state violence seem like, well, they were not even human in the first place. But as importantly, in all these processes, and we've heard about it in collusion, is what's not said and the time frame of what's not said, especially in the creation of the narrative. Days in me and Gus were briefly speaking about lessons learned, and I'm afraid I think that the lessons learned are just better ways of hiding. I don't think we're training the state to be nicer, but they are learning from us. So when we do bits of politics, they change their practice. So we're in a power dance. So things they might have said in '82, they don't say so openly now, but there's certainly this thing about denying that any violence took place at all. And different families have said it today. The idea that there's an underlying medical condition, even though no one on earth knew it before, and that someone just dropped dead, and luckily the police were there to take notes.
That happens again and again. But also a collapsing of medical need as a way of justifying state violence. And I think all the cases we heard here today in this session were about that. That instead of, it's been said so many times, instead of having an additional duty of care because of mental health or other medical needs, histories of mental health challenges become the cause of death and also allow the police to be kind of invisibilized in the scene altogether. Because they would have died in any case. I've forgotten which family member said this, but in some of the accounts I was reading as well, as if these people were already dying and just surprisingly the police luckily saw them at the point they're dying and noted it. That's the story, isn't it? So that's the one thing about medicalising, invisibilise the police altogether. And alongside that, and I think this is probably in other countries as well, but my understanding is that one of the defences police can use is that they felt a genuine sense of threat. And so you can see both the monstering and the misuse of medicalised terms is part of how police can say, well, if you had seen what I had seen, you would have been as violent as that as well, because I have never seen a human look like that. So that's the racist tropes and the invisibilising of the police action go together. So I've got a couple more things, so I know they need to get... People have talked about how many cops are put on one body. I'd like to suggest that that is part of... It's not exactly language, but it's like a theatre of state violence. It's a way of being able to report and make us this ongoing kind of claim that these people are not like any people you have seen. It needed a whole crowd of us to restrain them. You don't know what we do. You should be afraid. And you can see that even in the reporting, that excess is part of how you dehumanize people. I don't think it's an accident that we hear in case after case after case. People are already immobile, as just been said. People already sedated, then have a whole crowd of people crush their body. That's a tactic. It's a tactic of communication. And I think, sadly, it's a communication to the broader community as well. Well, I've already said that, and other people have said, that alongside this, what is not said is, importantly, the timelines of how narratives are told. So police stories choose which episodes are taken. Many of the families here report the ways in which it's very clear that the point at which the most deadly violence was used against their loved ones is completely absent from the record, a record that is completely narrated by police officers, often in vans, but also in other spaces. So you tell a story that I had to go and see this superhuman strength monster. I'd never seen people like that before. They were already ill. They were already dying. Luckily, I was there with my civilizing police presence. I made a note, and lo and behold, we end up with a body. All of that, and the last point I want to make is just a kind of, I can only make it as a grammatical point. In some ways, I'm glad Mona is not here, because I think it's a point I was saying to Ken, I think we've all learnt from watching the last 18 months of genocide against the Palestinian people, how you tell a story of an incident using the passive voice, as if people drop down dead but no one kills them, as if horror happens but there's no perpetrator. These things we need to learn terribly from our international comrades, that this is how perpetrators commit violence and make themselves invisible in the scene. I hope that makes sense to you. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to take a break now and come back in 15 minutes. We've got... Okay, there's teas and coffee.
You can, the 25. Yeah, of course. I've got another one now. Yeah. Let me start it for you. Ken, you never let us put a table out, did you? Never mind. Could we put a table out or not?
When? Where?
Outside.
I've got enough to do. Sort it out. You can do it.
Yeah, well, he said that we couldn't.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, I wanted to. It's brilliant. Yeah, we're gonna do it. That makes me feel sick of people, honestly. I am. I'm ready for it. I've just give two.
But I do not try for
That's all right. Where is that book?
I don't buy anything on Amazon. We have to boycott Amazon. No, but they never.
Is it AJ? Oh, J. Yeah. Sorry. You were very adamant there about Yeah, I think, the only thing is, I think because if you give him your account number men don't mind change, men. And if we don't have something and we should give the explanation. Anyway, I talked to the brother, he was fine. He said he agreed. I'll be with you in a minute, love. Do you want to sound this for Adji? Well done. And Adji needs your account number for this book. Yeah, can you leave it to him? Yeah, can you? Yeah. Was this from like a school? You know the line between. Yeah, you know that we wrote a book? Yeah, you was at the business conference. Yeah, have you? Let me just do it now. Yeah. Dan, I just asked Ken and he said he didn't say that.
Oh, all right.
He said he didn't say that.
All right, okay.
He said he didn't say that we couldn't. You better get it quickly. Yeah, we'll set it up before the next session. So, yeah, are you around tomorrow? Yes. Oh, that's good. So, do you want to come to the Is it, no, it's Mr. Is it Mr.?
Yeah, that seems. I don't think it'll be a big difficulty if that's what it is on my card. So.
Right, so we can do a stall. He said, I didn't say that.
Well, you've seen the text.
I know. It would just go mad at me.
He was going mad at you.
Yeah, it's like he wants me to speak, but he don't really want me to speak. Do you know one of them?
We've gone through, Chair. Yeah, sorry. Yeah?
Thanks, Ange.
Check,
Yeah.
Thank you.
check.
Yeah.
I'll check when I get home.
Yeah.
I haven't got. I haven't
Oh,
got.
you haven't
I'm
got
not
your-
set up to do it. I know.
What?
I know. Yeah. I have to have a little. I've got a little card thing.
Oh, yeah, they're nightmare.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
if you do face ID, you don't have to do it.
I
I
won't
don't
do
trust
it.
it.
I won't do it. They already know how Faze is.
Oh, my God. Thank you very much. My daughter bought me one. And then, you leave things around. People
Oh, did you buy one? Did you?
Yeah, my daughter bought me one.
Oh.
And then we left it, you leave it in the sitting room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then people come and say, oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
And then
They borrowed it. Oh, and you never see it again.
Oh, wow.
I can't remember who borrowed it.
But you know most of it. I spoke a lot of it, about it. A lot of it.
Thanks, anyway.
It's there.
Oh, God.
So where we're going to put this thingy then outside?
What, do you want to do it now? We do it after in the next
We'll do
break.
it after the next session. Next session. Yeah. After the next
Oh,
session.
we could do it now whilst people,
After
people
the
come
families
back.
have spoke.
Yeah? When people are leaving?
Yeah, when families are speaking, we'll do that outside.
Okay, yeah. What is the next, what's the last session now?
You're getting other families giving their testimonies.
Is that?
Have you got one of those machines?
No.
Counted.
No, I have to do it like what we're doing here. Just get everyone to do it online.
We're not that experienced, Andrew.
You should be.
We're not that, honestly, we're too down to earth for all that.
Come on, this is a business. Come on.
We're too down to earth for all that. Come on, Angie.
Even beggars have it in the street. You know
Even beggars have it. Look at that, we're behind the beggars.
On a different,
They say, oh, I've got a machine.
they're on a different part to us.
I know, but you've got to come on, catch up.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good.
You did a really good job anyway.
Excellent.
So much hurt. It feels years and years.
I've got to say hello to Susan Alexander in a minute. I spoke to her.
So, it's about ensuring that mental health teams have the training to do appropriate training so they don't need to go.
Yeah.
Right.
In fact, we don't really want them to restrain,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
but they can't get it out their heads.
Yeah, I know.
So it's the first thing they go for.
Yeah. Because it doesn't necessarily take much to calm someone down verbally. You've seen that beautiful footage of the woman secretary still in the US with the shooter. It's so beautiful. And not everyone's got that skill, but sometimes doesn't.
But de-escalate.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, when they catch any income, sit and watch. Let him wear himself out. You know, when you go, what do you do?
You're charging in like through the man and
Yes.
it just scares you.
11 of them.
I know, yeah. But I think sometimes police, because if you look, it's interesting, how many of these cases go by a mental health crisis. And I just think, for me, it's not for the police, it's not about the training. Because we've heard at least three or four cases now where they've been dumped face down on the floor. So even the bloody 13-year-old kid heard the recovery. I knew that no training. They train you at school. Even when Christopher had the punch, when he down in the street, drunken, all the drunkards at 3 a.m. put him in the recovery. Everyone knows that. with the mental health crisis, I think it's more like, you get called about mental health crisis. This is our excuse now. We can go hunt. We can say we were scared because he was crazy. It's like an excuse. 100%. Yeah, well, it was them who banned Ken's film. Then, do you know the case of Habsullah?
Oh, yes, 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 yes.
Yeah, so he, the police federation, it was them who got all the police to doctor that statement, remove evidence of witnesses, turning funny colour, everything like that. Just take that out, take that out. But it's interesting, for Janet's book, I was researching the history of the police federation. You know how it came about? So, in the First World War, there was like radical times, you know, communism everywhere, Bolshevik revolution.
Yes, yes.
The police weren't allowed to strike, but they had a strike, a legal strike, and it totally caught the state unawares, and they met a lot of their demands. And so the police formed their own union, a proper trade union, and they were starting to organise an even bigger national strike. And this is a time when everyone was on strike, the railwaymen, the dockers. There was a fear there might be a Bolshevik revolution in bloody England. And so what the government was very clever. No, I don't think so. Oh, yeah, it's here, yeah. Yeah, Janet, it's there. The government's made an offer to all the policemen. They said, we'll in some cases, wages are different parts of the country. They have a national pay. For the lowest pay, it worked out to quadrupling of their wages. Massive pay.
Dan, is that my coffee flow? Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry, I am ignorant.
it must be. No, but it must be because it was your phone.
I'm drinking it anyhow.
So
Is that alcohol in there?
No. Actually, I'm a teetotaler, me. Proper boring, yeah. No.
Never drunk?
Yeah, but I just didn't do it well. I was no good at it. I was always falling all over the place. I thought, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, so they ramped up their wages. Yeah. And then they said, but you're not allowed to have a trade union anymore. They banned the trade union, and anyone who joins in this strike, they'll never work again. And so some of the diehards, still tried to do strike. Obviously, it flopped because they bought everyone off. From that day, they said we're massively. So the police were really raised out of the working class, to a higher level. And they were banned from having a union. And they said, but you have your police federation, and the police federation, we basically got your back. You don't want a union, forget about the rest of the workers. The federation will make sure that we will. And so I think the kind of unwritten part of that arrangement was like the impunity. Yeah. Part of the deal. 1919. That was the First World War. He's created the police federation. All the rest of the working class is striking. I was just saying. All of the police. He's against that. They said,
I don't know the details of these speeches. To hear them narrated in that.
We're still living that agreement now. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the police federation. They're very litigious as well. We were surprised they didn't threaten to sue our publisher, actually.
Did they? They didn't?
Yeah. They didn't, but I think it's probably because they know that itself is going to draw attention to the book. They're more clever, actually, because this is more or less without.
And I'm looking forward to.
I'm sorry.
Can you get that man away from me, behind me? Which one? Police Federation.
Oh, right, yeah. It's just intimidation, isn't it? It's police intimidation. And you know what makes me sick, though, Ajay? They're only setting a precedent for their own as well.
Yeah.
That is what's so sickening.
They are too powerful now.
So, Citizens is over there. She's Sells,
I saw Susan here.
Susan's there. This is what I'm saying. So Susan
We'll
there.
get her on the stage.
You know, last night I had a real meltdown. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry.
Do you want me here? No? All right. Okay. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
So here, I'll get them. That's the French family.
Oh, coming up. I'm taking
Right, lovely. All right. I'm going to sit right over. Oh,
Hi, sorry, I don't know your name.
I'm Cindy.
I'm Susan.
You're in police pursuits. It's quite interesting to us. So mine is police pursuits.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
Have
similar.
you met before? No. Oh, do I?
He's watching you. Yeah, I came in just at the start. Give me some hope, you know?
Yeah, you got this. Yeah, it's fine. It's just the acoustic here is a little bit weird, so you would notice when it's saying all there, it's nice and clear because it's got the speakers.
Yeah, I think so. Do you prefer to stand there? I think it's a little bit better.
Yeah. Because sitting over here, it bounces this way,
Right, okay. Well, let's see how we get on then.
Yeah.
Maybe
So basically, on the open questions, with the open question testimonies, they're not going to be asking you any questions. Yeah. You're just going to speak, and then that's it.
Okay.
And
How
then
long
there'll
have
be
we got?
You've got 10 minutes maximum, but if you want to do it shorter, it's up to you. But 10 minutes is maximum. So I'll give you a note after 9 minutes to say 1 minute left.
Yeah.
Right. And do we do it from here?
No, you can do it up there the same way they did. Unless you want to do it from here, it's fine. Just move the microphone. It's up to you guys. You choose whatever you feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
Est-ce que ça va?
À mon avis, tu vas dire vite.
It might be better to stand there.
I'm going to
because
stand
it's
because I
something,
can't see. Have you got a number of names on them?
So we've got the names of the families that used to present us that we're in contact with.
Yeah. If you want to do ton nom ou non,
But I think we should.
we'll have to get in touch. Yeah. Yeah, brilliant.
Juste au début, tu peux dire, tu me présentes, tu dis c'est Sam, le père.
I'm going to have to wing it. Oh, yeah, good stuff. I left everything down there.
Prendre avec.
Oh, it's cool. Right, I'm going to switch that off. What I'll do then, I'll excuse like all right, I'm or our son. My son. And his best friend died.
One.
Il nous a dit, il n'y a pas de questions, non.
If you can all take your seats, please.
Bah ouais, je savais que tu allais nous cartonner. Elle est chaude, l'Allemagne.
My apologies.
we know each other through the United Families.
Elle m'a dit qu'elle va te chauffer parce qu'elle voudrait prévenir, c'est écrit pour des revues et ça. Elle m'a dit qu'elle voudrait faire tes corrections pour que tu commences le livre, qu'elle est déterre.
Can we start? We need to start. Come on, man.
Don't move in it. It's a build-up.
Okay, thanks for coming back. Can we get people through and close the doors, please? So we're coming to the last session for families. Following this, there'll be just a brief announcement of some actions that people can take. And this session is open testimonies. The reason we've called this open testimonies is because the tribunal has been researching and investigating and instigating for probably around 2 years now. And each of the family cases that you've heard today and that will be presented tomorrow, and others who aren't here today, have had an investigator working on their case, some longer than others. That document is getting bigger and bigger, and as we go forward with the tribunal over the next 10 years, more and more families will be working on their tribunal and highlighting some of the things that Morel pointed out, for example, about the unanswered questions. What are the things which have been excluded, which we've done in many of the drafts already. But we wanted to give a space to other families who we've also worked with, have also been involved, to tell their story as well, for their voices to be heard and for them to speak on behalf of their loved ones. So each family will simply tell their story, and then after that we'll have some actions. So I'll just quickly introduce Cindy Phillips, who's the mother of Liam Phillips, and Azar Rodney, Azar Rodney's mother, Susan Alexander, and then Ronaldo Johnson's sister, Keisha Johnson. And then we have 2 guests from France at the insistence of Morel, which we accepted because we wanted to make the point of this international nature of what we're dealing with, and to make the first invitation from the father and the aunt of Sohail Khaloufi. They'll correct me when they come up on the stage. Thank you. So these are the families we're going to hear today. So I'm going to start by asking Cindy to come up and speak. Oh, sorry. You're number 1. Yes, so Susan, please.
Hi, my name's Susan Alexander, and my son's name is Azar Rodney. He was murdered by the Metropolitan Police in 2005, which is almost 20 years to date. And I still feel the same way now as I did then about what happened to my son. I just start by just saying a little bit about him, because he was a good person. He was well known in the community for good reasons, not bad. And he had a passion for sports. And as a teenager, he had a really bad sports injury that, where he had to have a hip operation. So he was quite restricted in his mobility. He was always a really, sociable, happy person. And, I say this because the media really done a bad job at, trying to represent him when this happened. And it was really bad negative press that went out that destroyed our relationships with the community, with our family, and it was a complete breakdown. And, what happens in that first kind of hour was so crucial, because it enabled the police to cover their tracks, sit together, write their notes, all these things that is public knowledge, and we all know about and we're aware. And this case would have been different if they'd been seen doing what they were doing in that first hour. My son's body was laying on the street for 16 hours, and why they all ran around, as we know, obviously as time's gone on, more evidence came out. But it was terrible. The covering up is from the first instance, and then it's trickled all the way through your legal process. You just can't, you find yourself going through this journey, but you just don't have the time to check back. the way we were treated as a family from the beginning, before they even knew who we really were, was terrible. You know, it's racist, it's stereotyping, total disrespect. So how on earth can families get anywhere when you're faced with a whole, room of people like that are supposed to help you, you know? The IPCC said that in their policy that they're there to support families, and that policy had only just been formalized just before this happened to my son. So it was relatively new. And it still remains the same today. Nothing's changed. I went through a really long and drawn-out process that really, it uncovered and revealed what had happened. But the police and everybody involved, which initially they made to look out like it was just one officer, but there was 23 to 24 officers involved in this. So, we were terrified. The language that was being thrown around the table and thrown out was really terrifying. And I kept dreaming that I'd see this officer when I found out that he had a machine gun, and it was like an automatic, machine gun that fires off rounds, I was terrified. And I kept dreaming that he was in my alley trying to kill me and my family, And we're not criminals, but we were totally criminalized throughout this whole process. We went to, after many years of not knowing what had happened, we finally went to an inquiry, and that went on for a couple of months. And even there were people lying, what I would say, they were lying on oath and lied about what happened. And, after that inquiry that led to a murder trial, it was starting to be an exceptional case. But then when we got to the murder trial, the officer walked in and out of the court as if nothing ever happened. And the most humiliating thing as well, even up to this day, is that he will still go out into the public eye on national TV and describe what he'd done and say he'd do it again. And that's what he's been doing. And it's just so traumatic. It's just you never get past anything. You think, in the beginning, I felt that they were going to this would just take a few weeks. I was aware of the legal system and what its capabilities are supposed to be, and theirs, and it just went on and on and on, and it went on for years. And that, like I said, now it's 20 years. So there's a lot of things that came out of the inquiry. There were recommendations made that no one's addressed. There were things in that executive summary, which I have here, that clearly says that things have got to change. The Metropolitan Police, the way they're doing things, it gives those recommendations clearly. And it's only recently I've been looking over all the paperwork again, and I can clearly see how much things I've missed, because it was all just moving so fast. And it's a deliberate attempt to throw you off, keep you out, and they don't expect you to come back, So I'm still here. I'm working alongside families and to try and make a difference. Also, back in 2005, there was this policy going around about no shoot to kill. And I remember I got slightly involved in the beginning, and then it just kind of disappeared. I don't know what happened to it. But these officers in particular they're trained to kill. And that's definite. In my eyes, that is what they're trained to do. So in order to change things, it's going to be very hard. It's the system and the legal process from start to beginning that has to be, we don't need it. We don't need that, We honestly don't need that.
Hi everyone, I'm Keisha Johnson, Ronaldo Johnson's big sister. So Ronaldo was 17 when he passed, well, when he was taken from us, and he was a shy, loving, caring, kind, hardworking, very well-mannered, funny, charming, very playful, skilled footballer and MMA fighter. He took pride in his personal appearance and his personal hygiene, and he was well respected by his peers and was a role model to many in the community. He was a spark and always seemed to ignite love, wisdom, or joy in others. Ronaldo was taken from us when PC Stuart Oram, a dog handler, decided to initiate a pursuit without authorisation from the control room or before running a check on the vehicle. He chased the car down a 20-mile road, which led to a roundabout, which then turned off onto what's called Yew Tree Road, which leads to a dual carriageway. Once he saw the lights approaching, that's a hotspot in Manchester just on a normal day for car crashes, and he witnessed the pursuit. He initiated the pursuit, continued it for less than 43 seconds, watched the horrific crash and how the car span and ended up lodged in the shop front, and he didn't call for backup. Instead, he parked up behind the crashed cars, took one of his police dogs out the boot and chased the driver on foot for roughly 7 minutes. During that time, the control room is heard from the video log telling him that they're concerned about the casualties. On the third time, he's told to go back to the scene and assess sort of the damage, which he did, and he did nothing. He didn't call for an ambulance, didn't call for backup. So that had happened roughly around 4:45 in the morning, and my mum had a knock at her door about 8:30, 8:45, saying they needed to identify someone that had been in an accident. They refused to speak to my mum and would only speak to my younger sister because his phone was registered in her name. They had his children's Go Henry bank card, which they found in the back of his phone, which has his name on, and they'd also gained access to his mobile phone. They tried to call my mum around 4 a.m, and he had no credit, so it didn't go through. When we got to the hospital, he was there as an unidentified male on an adult ward. When we were thinking, you had his name, you had my mum's details, surely you should have had him in the appropriate setting, and we should have been notified sooner, because the call to my mum was roughly 4:06 a.m. We then were met at the hospital by PC Toll, who said to me, you know, he's in a pretty bad way. There's a chapel over there, many find rest. At that point, I didn't know what condition my brother was in, but I'd been checking online, and there was a lot out there about a car acting suspiciously, that had collided, trying to evade police, and, you know, there'd been a serious accident. Ronaldo was in the back of that car. He didn't have a say in what that driver did with his life or how that officer, you know, caused his death. He just, it was out of his control. And we were sort of wondering what had actually happened, because during that first half an hour at the hospital, the same officer gave us 3 different versions. He said the car was acting suspiciously. He then said there was a short pursuit, and then he said they were parked up, acting strange. So instantly we're thinking, well, if you've seen the footage, like you've said, how are these accounts like so different? So then obviously we were asking questions, well, who was the driver? Like, what were they doing that was criminal? Because according to the paper, you know, they were breaking the law. And he said, no, Ronaldo and the other passenger, who was a white male, the driver was also white, they're innocent in all of this. We don't think they were doing anything other than what young lads in the area do, which is go out for a car when they don't have, go out for a drive when they don't have insurance. So that was the crime. But Ronaldo, he said, was totally innocent, like, you don't need to worry. So he gave us the first name of the driver and said, basically, go out on the street and find out who he is, which is what we did. The IOPC then told us the same thing, like, they lied to us about what had happened and where it had taken place. And it wasn't until a journalist on our 6-month march was sort of questioning the route we were taking, and he said, that's not where it happened. So again, that threw more questions up to us, because the IOPC kept deliberately misleading us, and because we'd been sent out to get evidence the first day, we had video footage from CCTV showing the crash, and that's sort of what we used to force the IOPC to give us bits of information. They said it would be a 3 to 6 month investigation, which ended up being something like 18 months. And after our second meeting, well, during our second meeting, our family liaison officer just shut a book and walked out in the middle of us asking her questions. And we could just tell that things were not straight. Like, she first told us there would be a post-mortem and that we could be present. She then said we couldn't be present, and she deliberately booked an appointment to see us when that was taking place. And she kept saying, oh, I'll find out when it is, it won't be for now. It's for us, obviously, later on that day to find out we'd missed it. Sorry, my trail of thought's gone. Yeah, so it took 3 months for us to get his body back and have his funeral, because the police were trying to insist that we buried him without his organs, which we didn't want to do that. He came into this world whole, and that's how he should leave. They didn't take care of his body at the morgue, and that was clear, because the way he was when he left the hospital compared to the video we got to ID him with 2 days later, it was obvious there was just no care. So then my mum had the idea to ask a family friend, which is an undertaker, if he could take the body and just keep it until we were ready to bury him, which is what happened. During that time, we had family members and friends coming to the house. We had police following people in cars, stopping them, and then sort of saying, you know, we were hoping for a chase, but you didn't give us one. And those young boys, they're grieving, you're following them, and they know how their friend's been taken, and, you know, you're trying to do the same to them. There was a lot of the police coming past our house and slowing down, staring. I think on one day there was like 13 cars. We then sort of said to the IOPC, look, this has got to stop, because where my mum lives, it's out of the way, you never see police. And it did stop, but then they were just unmarked cars that were doing the same thing. We were told by Inspector Hancock that Ronaldo hadn't died because of the car crash. He'd actually died because he'd been on crack cocaine, which obviously it was a shock to me, because I didn't know what that was. I was Googling it. I was looking in his room, looking for signs of God knows what. And then I spoke to the coroner's office, and they were like, that's absolute nonsense. Where have you got that from? And then he was removed. He was no longer in charge of the investigation. We then switched coroners, and the second coroner was awful. Like, some of the mail we got from him, yeah, he basically blamed Ronaldo for his own deaths. Ronaldo chose to get in the car with someone he didn't know had a license. Ronaldo supposedly told this driver not to stop, and, you know, it was his own fault. So we were led to believe we would have had an Article 2 inquest under Mr. Meadows, but when it switched to Nick Stanage, that changed. There was no Article 2. It went from, as expected, a 4-day inquest to a 3-hour inquest. Our legal team hadn't seen the footage. To this day, we don't actually know what happened. We got to see a little clip a few days before the hearing. That was it. And Ronaldo's death wasn't in isolation. He was the 6th young person in Manchester to lose his life in a police pursuit at the hands of GMP. And then within 2 months after him, there were 2 other young boys that lost their life in the same way. And we've just been sort of campaigning because there was no support for the families, there was no support for the children, and it also impacted the kids at school because their uncle was a criminal that died in a police pursuit, so then they have to watch a then 7-year-old a lot more harshly than they did everybody else, and he was under constant surveillance, kept in isolation, to the point where his mental health declined just because of what the press had put out about his uncle. And, you know, these are the things that the families have to deal with, which is why we've had to create the End Police Pursuits campaign, to be our own network, to push for change and for this to stop, because you can't, you know, there's no capital punishment in this country anymore, so why are GMP getting away with taking lives through chasing, which they know, young boys to death? And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you. And I'm sure there's a website for the campaign that people can get onto. To follow that, we're going to hear now from the mother of Liam, and I'm sure some of the things that Keisha was talking about resonated with you. So.
Hi all. This is Liam Phillips. This picture was taken Christmas Day 2016. Can you hear me? Oh, that's better, sorry. So as I said, this picture was taken Christmas Day 2016. 60 hours, or just over 60 hours after that was taken, Liam was dead. He was one of 2 boys that were caught up. They were in a car that was involved in a police pursuit, Essex Police, in Leigh-on-Sea in Essex. His best friend died instantly in the collision. Liam survived 25 hours and came off life support after that. We knew there was a catalyst for this. We knew the police were involved somehow, but their involvement was downplayed. Naively, I thought as the investigation went on, the police would just, their involvement would be mentioned, if you like, in terms of accountability. That didn't happen. We were well supported, lots of teams parachuting into your life because he was effectively still a child legally. Police were very good with us as well, but again, their interaction with us didn't change, but their distancing did. So the friend that was driving the car was driving underage. Yes, Liam chose to get in the car. All that boy had to do was stop the car. So there's elements there as well, and he was charged and prosecuted as a result of this. He got 2 years in custody, 2 years on licence, and then another 2 years disqualified from driving for a licence he didn't have. He was released when still older than Liam ever got. In fact, on March the 15th this year, we hit day 3,000 since Liam has died. So this is our life sentence, and it's going to be with us for the rest of our lives as well. So if we move forward to or move on to the point at which the IPCC report, I'll refer to them as they were at the time, was generated, they found no misconduct to Essex Police. Essex Police denied being in pursuit. As a result of this investigation, you get furnished with all of the evidence that the IPCC are given as part of their investigation, which includes CCTV footage as well. I've seen the moment his friend dies, and my son sustains his life-threatening head injury, which he would later die of. Where was I going with this? Evidence. So, thank you, Ken, yes. So what we did as a result of the information that we were given was compare it to an incident log and also the report that was created by the IPCC. And there are inconsistencies. So it made me question, why the IPCC found no misconduct here when there was clear misconduct. Before the collision, which is what the remit of the IPCC was, and after the collision. Bearing in mind Liam's friend died instantly in this collision, this is grounds for an immediate referral to the IPCC. That didn't happen because they denied the pursuit straight away. This didn't seem to be challenged. Would that be your recollection, Neil, as well? It wasn't challenged to an extent, was it there? It's gone all quiet. Yeah. Yes, yeah. Yeah. So when they entered the road that the boys were going or being pursued down, the police were 6 seconds behind them. At the point they passed 2 residential properties on the road they were now pursuing at 60 miles an hour behind the boys, they were now 3 seconds behind the car my son was in. So they gained distance and time on the boys. Now, the IPCC report said, you're either in pursuit or you're not, yeah? So still, the denial is there, still no misconduct. The only thing that happened with the only recommendation that was made was pursuit refresher training for the sergeant. Carry on, Neil. Shout. Yes, so during interviews, yeah. It should have come up, Neil, shouldn't you? So they did, and they were shocked at their behaviour. They were giving one-word answers to the questions that were being raised of them during criminal interview. Bearing in mind 2 boys have died as a result of this incident. We have a life sentence bestowed on us. The sentence that was given to the boy that caused this, that was driving the car, if you like, he wasn't the only cause, he's not the only responsible party in this. I consider Essex Police as jointly responsible for the death of my son and his friend. I'm losing my train again, so this is quite nerve-wracking here. We have a life sentence. I mean, you know, we're now 8 years down the line. It was 8 years last December that we lost Liam. You know, he was on the brink of adulthood. You know, this little child he's holding there is his baby second cousin, and that is the first and last time he met her. Sorry, didn't want to cry. And we miss him. We miss him terribly. You know, he was a good boy. You know, he might have done a few bits that made my toes curl as his mum, don't they all? Boys, they take risks. But, you know, every day I wake up and he dies again, you know. And it's really difficult. And it's the same for the other mum as well. I mean, she's not part of this, although, Ken, I know you mentioned Regan's name. I'm grateful for that. Sorry, I'm crying. But, yeah, life is really difficult. We've got another son who we're grateful for. But, you know, we just live on another level now. This loss is absolutely horrendous. You know, other mums that have lost their children at the hands of others, you know, regardless of the circumstances there. You know, when somebody else is responsible for your child's death, it's just unforgivable. And moreover, when we have a system that protects these perpetrators and there's no comeback, no accountability, and that's what's great about this cause, is if this is going to bring things to the fore and make accountability happen, we're all for that, you know. Make them think twice about pursuits. I'm against pursuits, as your T-shirt says there, maybe in certain circumstances, but, you know, if they're denying having these pursuits when they are actually having them, and it seems to be allowed, it seems to be covered up, and that's unforgivable. You know, what does that say? It demeans the lives of our children. It's wrong, and, you know, you want to say, I know it sounds childish, you know, how would you like it if this was your child, you know? Would it be the same? You know, if it was a serving officer's child that had died, you know, I bet we'd have a different treatment then, you know? So, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, that's Liam, that's my beautiful boy. Thank you for listening.
And so the final family that will be speaking today is the family of Sahil El Kafawi. who have come from France to join us for this weekend.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I will apologize for my pronunciation, since English is not my native language. On August 4th, 2021, in Marseille, my son, Sohail, 19, father of a one-year child, was shot dead by a trainee police officer who fired a bullet straight into his heart during a routine traffic stop. He was killed despite posing no threat neither to the police nor to the people present on the street. At first parked, Sohail started his car in reverse to avoid a fee, but a trainee officer named Romain de Vassine fired at him point-blank through the open window of his vehicle. The entire scene was captured by security cameras from a nearby bank, and numerous witnesses were present. As Sohail was dying at the steering wheel of his car, none of the three officers provided any assistance. I have footage of him agonizing and them looking at him doing nothing. They didn't even call the ambulance. It was witnesses that called the ambulance. In fact, I want to say that it's a common pattern with all the cases I've seen here. If you are brown or black, you're not considered as a human being, even not as a pet, but as a savage animal. If he was a pet, I think they would have tried to save him, but didn't consider him as a pet. Nor this family, because I learned that he was dead when I was in the hospital where he was, and nobody told me. I had to read the news on my phone to tell me that he was dead. Not any doctor wanted to talk to me. Thankfully, a collective of local residents, outraged by the misleading media coverage, reacted immediately. They collected witness statements and publicly denounced the official police version. Thanks to this collective, we were able to learn the truth. They spontaneously organized a memorial march 2 days after Sohail's death, which we attended. It was there that we discovered all the police lies. After hearing these damning testimonies, we decided to file a legal complaint. I attempted to access the bank surveillance footage, but this request was denied. Distrusting the police investigation, we began collecting our own evidence, witness testimonies, and bystander videos. We reached out to experts on police violence who advised us on conducting our own investigation and avoiding common pitfalls. We were never received by the prosecutor. In December, he dismissed the case, and only then did we gain access to the file, discovering the bank's video footage has mysteriously disappeared. No eyewitnesses had been questioned. The shooter was never taken into custody, and the prosecutor explicitly requested he be interviewed last after all the officers and potential witnesses. The officers involved had coordinated their testimonies on the evening of the murder before any official questioning. False police reports were created. No ballistic expertise was conducted. Faced with this misconduct, we called a press conference to publicly denounce the judicial handling of the case. Under media pressure, the prosecutor was forced to reopen the investigation. It was at this moment we became civil parties in the case, filing 3 complaints, 1 for murder and 2 others for obstruction of justice, as well as forgery and the use of forged documents. In November 2022, an investigating judge was designated. Guess who was chosen? A reconverted former commander of nuclear submarine. In our only meeting with him, he immediately rejected any possibility that the police investigation might have been biased, which was deeply concerning. He systematically refused our requests for investigative actions, failed to ask critical questions of the witness we found, and showed no genuine interest in the actual circumstances of the murder. His main concern appeared to be exonerating the police officer, resorting repeatedly to intellectual dishonesty, deliberate confusion of testimonies, misinterpretation of physical evidence, and guiding responses during police interrogations. This was a clear miscarriage of justice. This judge was transferred in August 2024 and replaced by a new investigating judge who seems much more honest and thorough. She has since ordered several judicial expert assessments that finally seem aligned with her investigative role. Even if we are aware that it might be another strategy to close the case.
In parallel with the judicial investigation, we created a digital reconstruction of the event, partnering with Index, an independent investigative NGO, and an autonomous extension of forensic architecture. By compiling available physical evidence, initial police investigation reports, and testimonies from witnesses and officers, we identified 3 potential scenarios. None justifies police gunfire. However, the only scenario consistent with the physical evidence incriminates the shooter directly. We submitted this delayed reconstruction to judicial authorities and now await the interrogation of the shooter in light of his overwhelming report. We are currently fighting for an official judicial reconstruction led by the investigate judge. Such a reconstruction demonstrates the extent of the police lies and the absurdity of their version of events. There is no doubt that an independent judicial reconstruction will inevitably lead to charge of murder against the officer. We demand a public trial to reveal for all to see the modus operandi of a police institution that systematically covers up crimes committed by its officer. We aim to expose the system driven by state institutions to protect police officers and crush victims and their families. We demand not only a conviction for the officer responsible for this murder, but also accountability for those who facilitate the disappearance of evidence and falsified reports. Only exemplary justice can prevent such acts from recurring. A law enacted in 2017 permits police officers to shoot at moving vehicles if occupants are suspected of potentially endangering lives or physical integrity during their escape, essentially a license to kill. This law allows certain officers, shielded by a complicit system, to act with impunity based solely on intuition, prejudice, or latent racism. This law is responsible from my nephew death and those of 54 others since 2015. This is why we created the collective Stop State Violence to actively combat institutional violence, especially by the police. The 435-1 Killed Me project is our first campaign aiming to modify or repeal this lethal law. It's another way to demand justice and fight to ensure that our brother, sister, son, or daughter no longer fall victims to police gunfire simply because they are racialized. Justice for Suhail, Luis, Nicolas, Baptiste, Michael, Brahim, Romain, Aboubakar, Guy, Olivio, Mehdi, Amin, Zied, Amin, Rian, Adam, Denis, Omar, Rayana, Boubacar, Fadjigi, Jean-Paul, Naël, Aloussen, Sullivan, and many others. The police kills, but the law kills. It's an entire system that must be destroyed. We will not give up, never.
I would like to add a word. I think that in England, as in France, most of the fight is done by women. So I want to thank you, because if you weren't there, we won't do anything.
Thanks.
So I think there's been we're going to not have any questions from the panel unless there's things you want to ask. The summary will be tomorrow evening. We just have two things to do now. I think to follow on from Samia and from the suggestion from the panel, we would like to have a minute's silence for all those that we've spoken about today and for the others who aren't here, who can't be here. So we're going to call a minute's silence now. You can stand if you want to. No justice? No justice? No justice? Thank you, everybody. We just need to make one more announcement in terms of actions, which is very important. Please take a seat. The tribunal, People's Tribunal, is going to be taking domestic and international action around these killings, around these murders. One of the things we're going to do in terms of domestic law is to take on a series of class actions for the thousands of families that have lost somebody at the hands of the police, that have been murdered and killed. It's not an easy job. It will take a long time, but somebody has to do it. And I think we're at that point now of the struggle of the families. So one thing we'll be doing on the anniversary of the murder of Brian Douglas on the 7th of May, 2005, we'll be announcing a police prosecution fund. We are going to raise money from the public in this country to take every single police officer, senior police officer, Crown Prosecution Service, IPCC, Home Secretary and Prime Minister of the time from 1971 to the current day. Thousands and thousands of them will be named as litigants in the British courts. So that's something that we're looking for support for. We already have a legal group set up, but anybody who comes from a law background, please come and see us. Anyone who's interested in social media and helping that, come and see us. Any families who are here, and sometimes families don't find the courage to speak, please come and see us afterwards. So if you go onto our link tree on our social media, you'll see that the event for the Brian Douglas event has been put forward. So that's the domestic law. In terms of international law, we will wait for the judgment of the panel tomorrow, but we are taking two strands. We can go into detail. But again, anyone who's interested in joining us and supporting us, please just get in contact with us. For the moment, I would like to really thank the people who have been really pushing and leading the tribunal, particularly Samantha over here. Rod as well, who you've heard for a few times. And Janet as well, sitting over there. And also Pat Coker, who's the mother of Paul Coker, who's at the front. Can you stand? And several families have been coming week after week. Particularly need to mention Lilith, Pamela Sims, who, as I mentioned before, her mother was murdered, politically assassinated in 1971. And here she is today, 54 years later, which for me shows how strong memory is and how strong the power to get justice is. And we really take our hat off to you for being such a fighter. To the families who have spoken today and the families who will speak tomorrow, we send our love to you and we thank you. This wouldn't have happened without the volunteers, the contribution in time and support by a group of, we started calling them investigators, but now they have become instigators. They are instigating. So we would like them to come forward to the front, please. Come forward. Come to the front, please. Caitlin. Caitlin. Keep clapping, because Caitlin's still coming. Yeah, there are some people are still outside, and there's some that couldn't be here today. But these people have done this because they care, and because they're angry, and because they have passion, and they're going to continue for the next 10 years, and 15 and 20 years. So really, for me, they are all youth, well, most of them, right? But this is where the hope is, and obviously, the more people we can get involved, the better. And also, so finally, obviously, thanking you all for coming, and for caring, and for fighting, and for not giving up. And we hope to see all of you again tomorrow. And if you can bring your friends, bring your friends. And yeah, we're going to continue. All power to the people.
He's saying you want to go home. Everybody's got to clap. Let's give one for Ken. And thank you to the panel.
I'm really sorry, I forgot the panel. So big round of applause to Joy James. For who we're already planning the takeoff of Orange Man country of America. We're planning things, we started last night. Thank you to Esther Mamadou Blanco. Thank you to Mireille Fanon Mendez France. Thank you to Emerson Catano. And thank you to Tony Doherty. You know, with Palestine, the trauma is so deep for Palestinians. That's the reason why Mona had to leave us early. But I think we should scream and shout so she can hear us at the hotel to know that we love her.
see what happens.